All right, I'm going to call the meeting, the special city council meeting of August 17th, 2021 to order. Madam Clerk, will you take the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Duncan,
Here.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Here.
Councilmember Noblock,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Here.
and Mayor Ward.
Present. Do we have any public comments for a closed session?
Yes, we do.
Okay,
The first one is from Dawn Urbanek.
and after Ms. Urbanek, who is following?
Amanda Kitnia.
Okay. Go ahead.
I have filed 2 sworn affidavits of complaint with the Orange County Sheriff Don Barnes, U.S. Marshal David M. Singer, and former Sheriff Richard Mack, head of the Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association, against the city of San Clemente for abuse of power and violation of your oaths of office. Eric Sun, city manager for the city of San Clemente, is violating the civil rights of the people of San Clemente. Therefore, it is the city council's legal fiduciary duty to remove him from office in order for you to protect and defend the Constitution and the constitutional rights of the people of the city of San Clemente who elected you. City Manager Eric Sun must cease and desist all COVID-19 restrictions that were approved under emergency youth authorization or be subject to up to a $50,000 personal fine and up to 1 year in prison. Mandating that any human being participate in a human medical experiment, mask mandate, mandated testing, or forced vaccination under emergency youth authorization without informed consent is a crime against humanity, punishable by death. Also included in my affidavit was the violation of my personal civil liberties as evidenced by correspondence between Mayor Kathy Ward and myself, and Mayor Pro Tem Gene James and myself prior to the June 1st, 2021 closed session portion of the city council meeting. Both Mayor Ward and Mayor Pro Tem Gene James sent me an email using their city email addresses informing me that I was no longer able to send them information because they found my information to be offensive. Mayor Pro Tem Gene James went further, calling me insane and an anti-Semite. He also stated that every council member should call me out, and then proceeded to incite violence against me by identifying me as a Q believer. Today, I sent you all an article regarding our U.S. military rescuing 50,000 children from underground tunnels under U.S. cities. For the record, I'm not insane. I'm not an anti-Semite, and I would proudly stand with any individual group or organization that stands with God, not Satan, to protect our innocent children. 8 million children a year go missing. It's a big job for our military to drain the swamp and rescue 50,000 children at a time from the horror of child sex trafficking and child ritual abuse, organ harvesting for profit from the sale of aborted baby parts for medical experimentation and cloning. It's time for the American people to stand up and rid our local government of tyrants that abuse the people they were elected to represent. If you cannot uphold your oath of office, then resign or you will be removed. Constitutional sheriffs have the authority to remove any elected official that violates their oath of office from office and imprison them for that violation. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I was very disappointed to read the San Clemente Times article, "Court to Dismiss Lawsuit Against TCA." Quite frankly, I wasn't surprised. Judge Skies ruled on this lawsuit, which was to prevent the SR 241 extension. If that was the case, then the city of San Clemente should have opposed Alternative 22 Los Patrones Parkway extension from the very beginning. More importantly, Director Ward should have never voted to advance it at the TCA Board of Directors meeting. What the city should have done is to listen to residents and oppose Alternative 22. This is what the grassroots movement wanted. They advocated for the no build option, no toll lanes on the I-5, and no on the Los Patrones Parkway extension. I know this because I fought by their side for years. I still continue the fight, and it's been 4.5 years, and everybody sacrificed so much to attend those TCA Board of Directors meetings, public forums, city council meetings, and other meetings. It's hard to read that the city provided no evidence to suggest that the Foothill Eastern TCA may entertain a further southern extension of 241 that would traverse the city of San Clemente. The tentative ruling stated, which added that the city's motion is now moot in light of the FETCA's abandonment of any alternative that provides for an extension of 241. The residents connected the dots a long time ago that the TCA was going to get this road in by piecemealing it. This could have been prevented. I urge the city council members and the city attorney to oppose the LPPE Alternative 22 in its scoping letter in February of 2020. What really finalized it was when Mayor Ward voted in favor of the LPPE at the TCA Board of Directors meeting on March 12, 2020. By voting in opposition of the LPPP, it would have forced the TCA to be obvious in its pursuits of the extension of the 241. However, it's over and we should stop paying all the consultants. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, is there any more public comments?
No.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion to adjourn.
Yes, to close session,
Yes.
To
mo-
recess.
to recess. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem and second by Councilmember Duncan.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Brian, can we go back on the record?
Meeting is live.
All right. All right, so I'm calling, we're back in open session, and I would like to make a quick announcement. I don't know why, but there's been some discussion that we've heard online or phone calls that Amazon is agendized for this meeting. It is not at all. There's no agenda item whatsoever, and the council will not be discussing that subject. So I just want to let you know, if you're waiting for that to occur, it's not going to. It's not scheduled. So I just want to do it at the beginning so you wouldn't have to stay for that. So Madam Clerk, what is next on the agenda?
Okay, first is the roll call. Councilmember Duncan,
Here.
Councilmember Ferguson,
I hear.
Councilmember Noblock,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Here.
and Mayor Ward.
Present.
Next item is invocation to be given by Holland Davis, Senior Pastor with Calvary Chapel.
Welcome.
Hello. How are you guys?
Good. So please stand.
I thought we should wear masks tonight, so I brought mine. No, I'm just kidding. Let's pray. Lord, as we begin this evening and all the things that are on the hearts of the people, the hearts of the council, Lord, I'm reminded of what you say in Psalm 16, when the psalmist of Israel said, I will bless the Lord who has given me counsel. My heart also instructs me in the night seasons. I've set the Lord always before me, because he is at my right hand. I shall not be moved. Therefore, my heart is glad and my glory rejoices. My flesh also will rest in hope. For you will not leave my soul in Sheol, nor will you allow your Holy One to see corruption. But you will show me the path of life. In your presence is fullness of joy, and at your right hand are pleasures evermore. And Lord, as we look to you, that you would give wisdom, that you would give direction. Lord, I pray that your blessing would be upon every one of our council members, our esteemed council members, that they would be blessed in their families, that they would be blessed in their businesses, Lord, that they would be blessed in their daily activities, because we know that as the leaders are blessed, so the city is blessed. And Lord, we want to be a city that's blessed. And so, Lord, we pray that your blessing would be upon them. We pray, Lord, that they would be led by you, directed by you, that you would speak to their hearts, Lord, speak to their minds, direct their thoughts, Lord. And we're just so grateful to each and every one of them. We ask, Lord, that you would lead this evening, that you would guide and direct the conversations, and that you would bring to light the things that you desire to bring to light. And we ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Please continue standing and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
There was a flag.
Little draped.
First item on the agenda is homeless update, and we do have some speaker cards.
All right. Can you give us 3 people at a time?
Yes, the first speaker will be Daryl McVan, followed by Paul Koenig Schaffer, followed by Rick Leffler.
Thank you.
Good evening, each and every one of you. Thank you for all you're doing here. With all the complaining and moaning sometimes about everything going on in town, I just have to say I wouldn't live anywhere else. Again, I just have to remind you guys. I'm here tonight to just ask a question about all the buzz with the permanent housing and the shelters. that some say, oh, they're happening. Others say, well, we don't know. We're talking about it. I want to ask a simple question, which is, if we have 100 people who are now residents here because they've been encouraged to fill out disability cards because of drug addicts. So now they have an income along with EBT and along with medical insurance and all the wonderful things that a lot of people don't get, but they've been encouraged to get all these things. Let's take these 100 and put them in a home. Permanent housing, no rules, no restrictions, no nothing. Let's enable that. What next? When them 100 units are filled, do we not let anybody else come and camp on our sidewalks? And when they do, and they've been here for 6 months, are they now a resident? And can they now also get free housing? Because when do we stop handing housing out? I understand shelters. We all have different opinions about where the shelters should be, but the housing I'm really concerned about. You can't put an old person into the Presidio Senior Center up there without a 10-year waiting list. We can sit on the sidewalk for 6 months and all of a sudden we're a resident. And now we're entitled to permanent housing with no restriction. You can sit in there and shoot heroin, do crystal meth, drink alcohol, unstopped, unchecked with no consequences. Okay. I don't understand this. I really don't. I see I'm still on green with 59 seconds. I hope I can read this quick enough. No, I'm not going to. I don't have a black heart, and I know the council doesn't either, and we're all trying our very best to figure out how to help people who need help. We have one gentleman who stood out here for the last task force thing last week, hollering, I don't want your help. I don't want your help. I stopped in at 7-Eleven North Beach yesterday and had a guy approach me as I walked out. I still had $3 in my hand and my Coke, and he said, give me your money. That's robbery. Give me your money. I know you have money. I see it. That's my money. You stole it from me. Obviously, he's not balanced. The point I'm trying to make is there's an entitlement here that just has to be recognized. I don't understand. Please help me understand. What's the limit? 500 permanent homes so that we can now tell people you can't come. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Donna
Alcona
McFrain?
Shaker. No.
No.
Rick Leffler.
Good evening, council. And I want to say it's really nice to see so many citizens down here at a council meeting again. Looks like it used to. No matter what you're speaking on or what your feelings are, the fact that you're coming here to say them is really, really good. That's the kind of community we have. It's following my good friend Daryl McFan, who's a treasure in this city, by the way. It's nice to be at a council meeting with you again, Daryl. I share all of the feelings that he had on what he spoke to. I'd like to also speak to the fact that actually the reason I'm here is something on social media was brought to my attention. And it pointed out some comments that Councilman Duncan made about a shelter. And he was getting bashed, frankly, about what he said about a shelter. And what he basically said was he was in favor of having a shelter on county property that we had access to. And Councilman Duncan, if you got bashed for that, then I should get bashed for the exact same thing, because that's exactly what I think. I think we do need access to a shelter. Do I think it should be in the city of San Clemente? No, I don't. San Clemente is not a good place for a shelter. We don't have medical response. It's far into the city, far into the county. I mean, we need something on county property that's more accessible to more locations. And the reason we need that is because our new Captain Benfield, the chief of our police, who's a great guy, by the way. I think we're really lucky to get this guy. He's hit the ground running. I mean, look at the guy. He's sharp, you know. I mean, spit shine boots, creases tight. I would have thought you were LAPD there for a minute. So anyway, we're lucky to have him, but as good as he's going to be for this city, they can't enforce the laws against the homeless unless we have a shelter option to put them in. That's the bottom line here. And we all have to remember this. You have everybody who's against shelters, period, then that's fine. I understand that, be against shelters, but then you're gonna have to go ahead and wave the white flag on enforcing laws. That's just it. You have one or the other. If we don't have a shelter option, then the homeless can camp anywhere they want. They can put their junk on the street, on the sidewalk, and the city's gonna turn into a different place than it is now. So you gotta start thinking out of the box if we can, but we at some point have to have access to a shelter if we're gonna enforce the laws on the homeless in the city of San Clemente. I already thanked Captain Bentfield. I know he's gonna be awesome. We've got a great chief in Chief Campo Bianco in the fire department. And Carly Hunter, I can't say enough about her as the homeless outreach person. I've seen her close up and hands-on working with these people. She's already got several people off of the street and into some kind of housing or shelter or program. And I just think we made such a great hire in her. So I just want to thank you for doing that. And again, let's keep on looking forward. Thank you very much.
The next three speakers will be Reverend Julie Patton, Lisa Strom, and Carrie Johnson.
Good evening. I'm Reverend Julie Patton of Christ Lutheran Church. Good evening. I'm Reverend Julie Patton of Christ Lutheran Church in San Clemente. I'm here tonight because I want to let you know about an important community event that took place on Friday, August 6th. It was a rally at the community center where about 75 people came together to send a simple message to you, our city council. The message is that San Clemente must house unsheltered people now. I was one of the speakers at the rally. It was tremendously encouraging to see that so many people share my belief that our city must start taking responsibility for solving homelessness. As a Christian, my theology is that we are to love our neighbors, all of our neighbors, the ones that are housed and the ones that are unhoused. I believe there are many things San Clemente can and should do to actually house the many unsheltered people who sleep on the street, are hidden behind bushes, or live in their vehicles because they have no other refuge. San Clemente has no emergency housing for these unsheltered people. San Clemente has no affordable or supportive housing available for them. San Clemente has no safe parking areas for them. In short, San Clemente is failing to meet the most basic human needs of its poorest residents. It's time for that to change. I hope you recognize there's a growing and vocal contingent of San Clemente residents who want you, our elected leaders, to begin finding solutions to the homelessness crisis in our town. We can no longer say homelessness is a county problem or a regional problem as a way of avoiding our own local responsibility to help get San Clemente's unsheltered residents into safe housing. As you will hear tonight from a few other speakers, there are plentiful public funds available now to address our homelessness crisis, if only the city would ask the county to send some of those housing funds to our town. There are proven methods for getting people out of homelessness and into supportive, stable housing, with a nonprofit providing the services and case management they need to succeed and stay housed permanently. There are specific things the city should change in its draft housing element to ensure affordable housing actually gets built in our town. Because we all know it's housing that ends homelessness. But the first thing you, our city council, must do is simply acknowledge that homelessness is a problem in San Clemente, and San Clemente can and must work to solve here at home in our town. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Strom, and I'm a resident, 20-year resident of San Clemente. I was at the rally too, and I agree wholeheartedly with the central message of the rally that our city must do its part to help get housing for the many people who are homeless here. I find it unacceptable that San Clemente has no emergency housing or any affordable housing available for the many in our town who need shelter. 2019 was the last time Orange County conducted a city-by-city point-in-time count of all those who are homeless. In that point-in-time count, The number of people identified as homeless in San Clemente was 145 homeless residents. As the pandemic continues and the eviction moratorium ends, it is likely that our homelessness problem will worsen. Now is the time for the city to get serious about creating real solutions for this homelessness crisis. There is a tremendous amount of funding available from the federal government, the state government, and the county for emergency housing and affordable housing. For example, $366 million is coming to the county from the American Rescue Plan Act, and that's in addition to the many millions available through the federal CARES Act funding. California's new state budget includes over $12 billion over 2 years for tackling homelessness, which is the largest investment of its kind in California history. San Clemente must ask the county to send some of these designated housing funds to our city to meet the housing needs of our homeless residents. City Council needs to make sure that we get our fair share of these funds, which can be used for all sorts of housing solutions, like converting motels into affordable housing or supportive housing, or putting tiny homes on a city-owned surplus lot, or opening safe parking areas with toilets and hygiene facilities so people evicted from their homes can sleep safely in their cars or RVs, or arranging long-term motel stays with case management provided by a nonprofit, which will help people who have been homeless find stability while they wait for permanent affordable housing. The funds available now for all sorts of homelessness solutions exist. We just need you, our city council, to signal to the county that San Clemente wants to put those funds to work solving homelessness in our town. Please say yes to these solutions and act now to request funding from the county. Thank you very much.
Next three speakers are Carrie Johnson, Kathy Esfahani, and Leon Wojcino, I believe.
Hi, good evening. My name is Carrie Johnson. I'm a resident of San Clemente, and I'm part of a growing coalition of residents who want more affordable housing in San Clemente. Our San Clemente Affordable Housing Coalition is made up of people from all walks of life, young, old, including clergy, because caring for our neighbors is a moral issue that unites us all. We know that lack of affordable housing causes homelessness and keeps people in homelessness. For very low-income households, the lack of affordable housing means families often have to choose between paying rent, buying food, or buying medication. Now is a critical time to say yes to policy solutions that will address the housing crisis we face in San Clemente. Here are 3 things the City Council can do in the coming weeks and months to really make a dent in the affordability crisis. Number 1, revise the city's draft housing element to include the Emergency Shelter Coalition's 10 acres on Pico as part of the city's SB2 zone, which means that an emergency shelter and other homelessness services can be located there as of right. The city should also designate those 10 acres of property, which could be rezoned for high-density residential housing, so the land can be used as an affordable housing site. These 10 acres provide the best opportunity to actually create emergency housing and permanent affordable housing in our city, because the landowner wants to donate all 10 acres to a nonprofit for that purpose. Number 2, strengthen the city's inclusionary housing ordinance. The city should revise its existing ordinance so that it requires developers to dedicate 15% of all new housing units as affordable to low and very low income households, or alternatively, pay an in lieu fee of $15,000 per unit, which is a standard inclusionary requirement in comparable nearby cities. We must have a strong inclusionary ordinance in order to get enough affordable housing built to meet the need. Number 3, work with Orange County Supervisor Lisa Bartlett to ensure San Clemente gets its fair share of the funding that comes to the county from state and federal sources for emergency housing, homelessness services, and affordable housing, including supportive housing. Thanks very much.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Esfahani, and I live in San Clemente. I was one of the speakers at the rally to house unsheltered people now. I believe strongly that our city must start finding solutions to homelessness in our town. One important solution is staring us in the face, but for some reason, City Council so far has refused to embrace it. I'm speaking of the 10 acres of vacant land on Avenida Pico owned by the nonprofit Emergency Shelter Coalition, or ESC. ESC wants to create emergency housing for homeless San Clemente residents on its 10-acre property, and to have another nonprofit provide these residents with the supportive services and case management that will enable them to transition successfully to permanent affordable housing. Importantly, ESC also wants to build on those 10 acres other affordable housing solutions desperately needed in our city. These solutions include affordable rental housing for very low income working families who labor at frontline jobs, which are so vital to the health and well-being of our community. Though we need these frontline workers, we are failing to provide them with the affordable housing they need to stay here. These San Clemente families suffer serious financial stress from having to pay too much of their incomes for rent. The San Clemente Affordable Housing Coalition is asking the city to revise its draft housing element to include ESC's 10 acres as part of the city's SB2 zone, where emergency shelter can be built as of right. The coalition is also asking the city to include these 10 acres on its inventory of properties to rezone as high-density residential to allow affordable housing to be built there. So far, the city has refused either step. The city's stance is unreasonable. This 10-acre property holds the greatest potential in the entire city for actually producing the emergency housing and the affordable rental housing our community needs. There's a simple, compelling reason this land holds such great promise. Here's the reason. The owner wants to build both emergency and affordable housing there and is willing to donate the land for these purposes. ESC's intent to donate the land is a game changer. It is close to a miracle. As you surely know, San Clemente's sky-high land prices are a huge stumbling block to getting affordable housing development built here. With ESC's donated land, affordable housing can actually get built and homelessness in our city can end. Please say yes to this solution to our city's homelessness crisis. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Leon Bueno, and I've lived in San Clemente for more than 24 years. I attended the August 6th rally, House the Unsheltered People Now. I am here to register my deep disappointment at the conduct of Council Member Gene James, who came to the rally with the clear intent to disrupt and prevent the peaceful crowd from hearing what the speakers, including clergy members, had to say about ending homelessness in our town. Councilmember James brought a small group of supporters with him to that rally, and he and this group led an aggressively shouting down constituents, clergy members, and other speakers who had been invited to address the crowd. As just one example of the uncivil conduct Mr. James' group, they loudly yelled, "We don't care. We don't care," while the speaker described the many personal tragedies that can lead to homelessness, such as economic devastation from a divorce, crushing medical bills or job loss, or the crippling effect of spiraling mental illness or addiction. Loudly yelling, "We don't care," while a speaker calls for compassion is a shocking display of rudeness. Mr. James not only led the shouting and jeering during the speeches, but also was seen directing a sign-carrying protester to go up onto the stage while a person was speaking. Mr. James was also heard summoning park rangers on his cell phone to shut down the rally, which led park rangers to demand we take down the table where we were asking people to sign the petition to City Council. Fortunately, we had a few lawyers in the crowd who advised the park rangers that circulating a petition is a quintessential First Amendment activity, and we were able to keep our petition on the table. I am personally devoted to protecting our country's core democratic values, including free expression of ideas. Please don't allow San Clemente to become a place where people are afraid to speak out on the issues of solving homelessness. because a council member and his supporters make the practice of verbally attacking such speech. I hope you will join me in disapproving of Council Member James's conduct at the rally. Thank you.
The next speakers are Father Bill Barman, Reverend Kent Doss, Stuart Anderson, and Paul Koenig-Schaffer is now here. He'll be last.
I'm Father Bill Barman. I'm one of the priests that serves at Our Lady of Fatima Catholic Church here in San Clemente. And I want to share with you today, I saw on the internet a wonderful photo of US military plane. I think it was a Herc 10. And they said there were 652 people seated on the floor of it, fleeing Kabul, Afghanistan. It's a wonderful remembrance that our government keeps its word and helps people out when they're in need, even when it's a dangerous, chaotic, and really difficult situation. And I don't think all those people had seatbelts on, but I think they were all glad to be on that plane and be getting out of a place that in their mind is very dangerous. My faith calls me to look for the least, the ones who are in most danger, and to do something about it. And looking around our city, if you have open eyes, you can see people who are in need for various different reasons. And I'm saying we need to come together to listen to one another and to find good workable solutions on how to offer them a better place than the street to attempt to live. So there's 4, 5, 6, 8,000, I bet you bad solutions. Let's don't follow those. Let's go look around at other cities who have a tried and true pattern of working with different kinds of people that we find in need and to provide them with a good solution. And it's really wonderful that our county and our state and our country have dedicated funds to help us to see and respond to those needs so we won't be overwhelmed. So I would encourage you to set aside places we can build and to create an attitude of working together to go find and search out those good solutions and to bring some of those back here to our wonderful city so that those who are poor or working poor or needy poor can find a more just and decent life among us. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kent Doss. I'm a minister at Tapestry Unitarian Universalist Congregation and part of Welcoming Neighbors Home. We're working to end homelessness in South Orange County. I want to start by thanking you for your willingness to serve San Clemente. City councils do a good job of thanking schools and local organizations and local leaders for the work that they do, but people rarely thank city council members. So thank you for dealing with the difficult issues, especially the kind of sticky ones like homelessness. Mostly I'm here tonight to ask you to keep an open mind when it comes to these issues. Emotions can run very, very high from both ends. I will admit, from my end, it's largely shaped by one of the members of my congregation that struggles with homelessness. He battles schizophrenia and lives in his car and works a low-paying security job. He takes his meds, he works hard, but he has been in this financial instability for years now. And it's very frustrating not seeing the county or my city step up and support him with a little step up toward a roof over his head that he so deeply needs. I also know that deep feelings run in the other direction as well when it comes to homelessness. Sometimes we feel unsafe when we see people acting erratically in public. I get that. Perhaps we're concerned about the financial well-being of our community. I get that. And addiction to drugs and alcohol, it's a disease that is terrible, that we all have deep feelings about. There are a lot of feelings around the issue. There are also a lot of well-researched facts. And as city council people, your job that you're elected to do is to solve problems. Sooner or later, we all learn the very difficult life lesson that you can't solve problems by wishing them away. The good news is, We're not alone in this. Cities around South Orange County are working hard to find good solutions to homelessness. And you probably know United Way has a huge campaign working with the county and with researchers across the country to figure out the best ways of dealing with homelessness and ending it here. So I humbly ask you to keep an open mind and look at the facts. Yes, listen to your constituents, listen to their concerns about homelessness and the very real fear and frustration. I get it. But don't let those valid emotions distract us from research-based solutions. More and more experts in homelessness are supporting a housing first model. And I know there have been some big failures. It's true. But to this point, it appears to be the best solution. So I just ask you to do some reading and research and keep an open mind. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stuart Anderson. I'm a San Clemente resident of 18 years. I want to thank you for listening to my comments on homelessness. Homelessness is a chronic, knotty problem, but there are 3 reasons that we cannot ignore it. First off, there are ethical and quality of life reasons. They're an eyesore. They present issues of sanitation and other dangers, and they increase our feelings of insecurity. Secondly, there are legal reasons. Because of the lawsuit Martin versus Boise, we cannot enforce vacancy laws unless we have an alternative. So we need to provide that alternative. And thirdly, there are economic issues. According to the study by UC, University of California, Irvine, published in 2017, with the help of United Way of Orange County and Jamboree Housing Corporation, the cost to society of a chronically homeless person living on the street is more than $100,000 per year. About half that cost is health costs, 40% is housing costs, and about 10% is contact with police or jail costs. Move that person to permanent supportive housing, and that cost to society drops to about $50,000. The corresponding figures for a non-chronically homeless person are $42,000 if they're on the street, which drops to $9,000 if they take rapid rehousing. If you look at only the most expensive 10% of the chronically homeless, their costs to society are about $440,000 per year. And that drops to about $55,000 if they're moved to permanent supportive housing. So how do you solve it? Well, that same UCI study, 2017, suggests that you provide permanent supportive housing to the chronically homeless, which is about 20 to 30% of the homeless population. And for the rest of the people, you move them into rapid rehousing. Now, ideally, we should coordinate with our surrounding cities to address this issue so we can provide a united front. But absent that, we should forge our own path to solve this problem. I also just want to mention that you hear a lot that if we solve the problem of homeless in our cities, that will be a magnet to attract other homeless people. Well, that study of UCI in 2017 showed that 68% of the homeless had lived in Orange County for more than 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Paul Koenig Schaffer, last call.
Just really quick, I'd like to, this is a really huge problem. There were some good ideas out here from some people. I just want to say though, in your consideration for population density, San Clemente is already, especially on the west side here, very dense in population. And I know because I live right down here and there's many, many apartments around my house. And I just wanted to say that how big is the problem beyond this? Because if you're gonna set aside some land and maybe designate it for those people and make it high density or make other neighborhoods high density here, how many more will there be to follow from wherever else who decide to move here that want to live at the beach or to want to live in, for whatever reasons, maybe they did lose their home here or something like that. But there's also a thing called supply and demand. And there's only so much room that we have here for our quality of life. And that's often why I come here to speak is about things about quality of life in our town here. I've lived here for over 25 years. I love this place. And I do feel really bad for some of the people I see on the street. And there's a lot of factors behind that. Mental illness, drug addiction, and also there's a lot of people in this state, 40 million and counting. So it's how much capacity do we have even as a city? So just keep that all in mind as well. I wanted everybody here to recognize that as well. Thank you.
Is that all the public comments?
That's all the cards.
Okay, so real quick, just before we move on, I heard a lot tonight about 10 acres that everyone thinks is a solution. That 10 acres is in open space. It's zoned open space. We have an initiative called Open Space.
Measure V.
Measure V, thank you very much. That was voted on by the voters of this city that all open space is protected. Anything over 1 acre needs a vote of the entire voting people of the city of San Clemente. So if you're not aware of that, this is information only. I'm just bringing it up because I heard a lot about that tonight. So I wanted to say that. And then one housekeeping item, Scott, do you need to report anything at this time or do you do that under attorney comments later?
It's later.
Okay.
When
thank
John
you.
calls on.
I just wanted to make sure we didn't bypass that.
Thank you. No. John
All right.
let us know.
And Mayor, we do have our Deputy Community Development Director, Adam Atamian, to do a brief report on homeless if you are wanting to have that.
I would like that.
Madam Mayor, if I may, there was there was a group of advocates for vagrancy who gathered, and a group was there. At no time was that group chanting, "We don't care." That simply did not occur. Did not occur. If there was an individual who said it, I don't know, but there was not a chant. I want to make that very, very clear. But I think one of the things that should be noted is a mayor from outside our city, Mayor, what's her name? Catherine Blankspear from Encinitas, not exactly a city for us to look up to, came here and lectured us. On the same night she lectured us, by the way, she had a homeless man die in her city, on her streets. So she's up here lecturing us while a homeless man is dying in her city. Way to go, Mayor. I know you're running for state senate, but good luck with that. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, what is the next item?
Were you going to hear the report from
Oh,
Adam?
yes, thank you. Mr. Atamian, I look forward to hearing this this update.
Well, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Adam Tamian, Deputy Community Development Director. It's my pleasure to present to you tonight our homeless outreach, or homeless update. And as displayed on the screen is a copy of the July outreach and engagement report. And I'm just going to go through this in the interest of time quickly, and I'll be available for questions at the end. But this is the second report that we put together. We're providing the information in a snapshot of the previous 3 years, the previous 3 months. The month of May, the city was not doing outreach. And so those reporting numbers would be available through Mercy House, who was our contracted service provider at that time. But we're doing this so that we can provide a side-by-side and just a snapshot to demonstrate the state of homeless outreach and any progress that's realized. So the report itself identifies 4 major categories and of our work. And the first one is it covers the individuals assisted. This is really just a tally of the number of contacts that we make and the number of people that have accepted us taking them on in a case management type of role, as well as the number of people from the public whose public comments that we're responding to. The second part is outreach services provided, and this is a snapshot of the most generally speaking, the non-housing, non-shelter related services that we're providing, just so that we can ensure that people are getting their basic needs covered. The third category are the street exits, this is people that we are assisting to get off of the street. And it identifies general categories of where they go. And then the final section of this report deals with demographics of the individuals assisted. And to the extent that we can, we're providing information that helps us understand what kinds of grants people or programs people might be available for people depending on their status, especially as being a veteran. There are specific programs for veterans and others. So we're tracking those numbers as well as looking at places of origin of where some of our newer homeless people are from, and then we're looking at where are the hotspots around the city where we're providing these services. If you can take that down, that covers my overview of the Community Development Department's City Outreach and Engagement Report. This report is available on the city's website at san-clemente.org/homeless. And we will have this report published towards the earlier part of each month for the preceding month. And then I will be planning to provide an update of those of that data generally at the second council meeting of the month. That based on timing. I can take questions on this now, and I do have one other piece of information that I'd like to share, and if it's okay with the council, I'll just continue.
Wait one moment. I think there's one question from Councilmember Noble.
Yeah, Adam, thank you for your report. I have a question. In these statistics, we talk a lot about the cause of homelessness, and of the 40 unduplicated individual contacts that were made earlier this summer, of those 40 people, there's no breakdown that I can see anywhere of their cause. What I'd like to see is, of those 40 people, how many are primarily homeless because of mental illness? How many are primarily homeless because of drug and alcohol, economic causes? And then lastly, the free will causes, people that just choose not to be somewhere and love hanging out on the beach. I'd like to see that breakdown, because we spend an awful lot of time talking about in terms of economic housing and so forth, but I'd like to have a little better handle on the causes within those 40 individuals that populate our city. Could you include that perhaps in future reports? I see you have some demographics, but not according to those 4 categories.
Yes, Council Member Noblock, thank you for this question. At first blush, what you're asking for, I don't see any immediate issues with providing that type of information to the extent that we can gather it. What I can tell you staff will do is we will look into what we can provide as far as public information is concerned about the status of people that are identified as homeless. As long as there are no potential complications with providing this type of information, staff would not have a problem providing it.
Thank you. I know there would be some duplication, obviously, in some of those categories, but I think the breakdown would be helpful. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Adam, and continue.
Okay, so moving on, the Joint Homeless Subcommittee had their last meeting this month, and there was some discussion about what next steps for the city, those efforts that those committee members undertook over the last year. And as I discussed with the subcommittee, the work that they've done does not end. What we're going to do is provide the work plan and the information that the subcommittee had developed over the last year to the incoming Human Affairs Committee members. I will be working with IT to provide the documents that were produced from or made available to the Joint Homeless Subcommittee, put those in a kind of a background information section on the Human Affairs Committee website. That way the new committee members and the public have access to review that information as they carry on the work of the subcommittee. And that concludes my report, but I am available for additional questions.
Go ahead, Laura first, and then
Thanks.
Councilmember Duncan.
Adam, not too long ago, I emailed the city manager because residents were talking about what was mentioned on the news about the LA electeds and that prohibits people for camp right outside 500 feet from sensitive uses such as parks or schools, transit areas. Have you looked at that, or staff looked at that to see if that's applicable to San Clemente, and what would be the implications of doing that here?
I can answer that, Councilmember Ferguson. We've had some discussions with legal about that, but obviously I think that would be something that we would seek council's direction on, to direct staff or the city attorney to do further analysis with regards to that for a potential ordinance, if desired by the council to come back.
Thank you. Councilmember Duncan.
First of all, Adam, congratulations on your promotion. Well deserved, and looking forward to what you can see there, what you can do there as deputy community development director. And I guess maybe my question, going back to your chart, was, is there, I think it's good that we have the side-by-side comparison and month over month. Is there anything we should focus on, any of those particular statistics, to gauge whether we're making a positive impact on things, or that there might be some trouble areas? Is there one part of it that you think we should focus on more than others? Should we sort of, as a whole?
Each piece of data, I think, is critical on its own. However, for different purposes, I would think that people would want to focus on particular areas over others. For city staff, our goal in community outreach is to encourage people to accept services, and the way that would occur is if people allow us to do what's called an HMIS interview, where they are connected to the Orange County Continuum of Care, South Spa Services, and they hopefully then enter into a case management style relationship with city staff. So those two numbers are critical to us. I want to see the case management, the number of people in case management, I want to see that number rise, because that means people are accepting of services. If we have a lot of people who are, if we have a high number of unduplicated contacts every month and a really low number of case management contacts, that would indicate to me there's a higher level of service resistance than we'd like to see. So those numbers for me are critical. The demographics, as I alluded to, are important because they provide some additional insight into how likely somebody is to be accepted or matched with housing based on their status. And being a veteran provides certain opportunities for individuals that non-veterans would not get. The length of homelessness also plays into the what's called somebody's vulnerability index. And so depending on the specific purpose for which you're wanting to review these numbers, each one can be critical. If there are additional specific questions of that nature, either myself or Carly Hunter are, well, as long as we're on the clock, we're always available to provide assistance.
Well, thank you. No, I think based on that, I'm going to certainly focus on those services numbers and seeing you making progress there in terms of getting people connected with those services. I know it's a very challenging environment out there, and Carly's doing a great job.
So I will add that I saw in that report 11 street exits in 2 months, and 5 of those were reunited with their family. I think that's pretty good success just starting out, and I'm excited about what Adam and Carly are doing. And so I look forward to hearing more case management, more people taking that up as we reach out to them. So Adam, we really appreciate. You have anything?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, I'm sorry. The Mayor Pro Tem has something. Go ahead.
I'm going to echo what the mayor just said. We never saw results like that with the contractors we were using previously. And wow, that is phenomenal. And thank Carly for us. I think she's working out very well. We have to look second resource at some point in time. I think council might be receptive to that, Mr. City Manager. That would give us more coverage. She can only cover so many hours in a week, and I would be very receptive to increasing that. And go ahead.
I appreciate that segue. We came to the council earlier this year with, actually not this year, last year, with the potential of a 5-year funding plan with the PHLA, which is the Permanent Housing, I can't remember what the L stands for, program. And we, the city of San Clemente, stand to get about $1.4 million over a 5-year period. The previous council deliberated and gave some direction to community development. I see Cecilia just popped up. And so the intent is to come back to council before the end of the calendar year with some homeless services to be utilized with this $1.4 million funding. And if Cecilia, you want to add anything to that?
You're on mute. There you go. Oh, now we lost her.
We lost her. There she is.
I'm back. I had to turn my fan off. I know it sounds like a vacuum cleaner. Thanks, Eric. Yeah, so last year we did come to the council with a 5-year plan for funding some additional homeless outreach services. The council actually wanted more stakeholder input into that plan. So that plan, based on eligibility requirements, would allow us to look at funding a homeless outreach worker for an additional 4 years, plus adding one more homeless outreach worker in addition to Carly. So we're looking at that as a plan moving forward. And in terms of stakeholder input and community outreach, we're going to work through the Human Affairs Committee on that plan before we bring it forward to City Council.
Great.
And I have a couple more items. Adam, who is going to be the staff lead on the Human Affairs Committee?
The staff lead will remain Janet Batchelor, management analyst for the Community Development Department.
Okay. And of course, we will talk about work plan at some point in time, but I think what is essential is good work of the homeless subcommittee doesn't go away, and we include sure we're just as robust within the Human Affairs Committee at homelessness as we were with the Can and Loan Subcommittee. And that's going to be up to you and your staff are there. Mr. City Attorney, where are we with the maybe I don't know, City Attorney or City Manager, one or the other? Where are we with the shopping cart ordinance?
That will actually, the shopping cart ordinance and also the personal property element to both of those will be coming back at your first meeting in September.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, staff, very much for that great report. And again, that's on our website for the public to see.
Okay, the next item is oral communications. We have quite a few cards on this. So the first three speakers will be Juan Luna, Martina, and Daryl McVan.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for all of your hard work. And my name is Juan Luna, and I've lived in San Clemente for over 66 years. And I've lived at 1110 El Prado in San Clemente for 35 years. I sent all of you an email, an email today. And so I'll just go over what it says actually. This letter is regarding the recent restriction for parking at night around Maxburg Park. I'm speaking in behalf of several neighbors who also live around or near the park who agree that the new restriction will add a tremendous burden to the otherwise already horrendous parking situation in our neighborhood. The new restriction has in effect eliminated 70 parking spots from our neighborhood. Although we understand the purpose for the new restriction, we believe that there are other options that will not have as much of a negative impact on the majority of the people who live in the vicinity of Maxburg Park. Our main objective is to have the signs and the restrictions lifted as soon as possible, as receiving a $100 ticket will be an unnecessary financial burden to many of our neighbors. We would also like to point out that the first we heard of the new restriction was by a City of San Clemente letter dated August 5th, 2021. It appears that the letter that went out was not sent to our neighbors who rent, but only to those that are homeowners. In the letter, it is explained that violators will receive a warning during the first 2 weeks, but thereafter will receive $100 tickets. If this is true, many renters will not be aware of the new restriction until after they receive their first ticket. Also, I believe that some people would have liked to have been given an opportunity to be included in the process of coming up with a more win-win neighborhood-friendly solution. Please reconsider your decision and take down the signs and set up a neighborhood task force. I am in the process of collecting signatures on a petition to record our opposition, and I expect to gather as many as 300 signatures. We will not rest until the parking restriction is lifted. I am grateful to your work as council members, as a council member, but please remember that you are there to represent us, and we have been left out of the process. Now, I was thinking about this, and I'm having a hard time okay.
You just need to just wrap it up real quick, one sentence.
Understanding the rationale behind taking 70 parking spaces and turning them over to the park, to be parking spaces, which now restrict them. And so I just don't understand that, because for over 100, well, almost 100 years, they've been public street parking, not park.
Okay, Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I encourage Mr. Luna to stick around because the city manager, and I talked about this issue and we will talk to it during city manager comments.
Okay. So you don't have to stick around for that. You can watch it on TV at home
Watch it on TV.
also, because this might be a long meeting. So, all right, next person.
Next person is Martina.
And after Martina, can we have the other two names?
Daryl McFan and Nick Buchanan.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Slide one, please. Good evening, council. I'm speaking tonight about concerns that are of interest and or concern to all of those who live in San Clemente. We found out in the late summer through a press release that an unnamed company expressed interest in developing an almost 20-acre distribution center in San Clemente. We later discovered that this was to be a 24/7 Amazon distribution center. What was even more concerning is that the city entered into these discussions under an NDA. I am told that this is now null and void, which means at the moment of concept, this contract was not enforceable. It was signed by Eric Sund shortly around the time he was appointed the city manager. Slide 2, please. Slide 2, please. It seems as this is a part of a series of proposals that will have a devastating impact in our beach town. Say duck no to these proposals. Tonight, the council will discuss the LPPE. I urge the council to rescind their support. Next, the city discussed in closed session the proposed sale of undeveloped space to a gas station developer. Gas stations will become an archaic thing of the past, but the damage to the soil and environment will remain long past this council's tenure and likely long past everyone's in this room has shuffled past this mortal coil. Lastly, the Amazon warehouse, AKA Project Summer. Slide 3. Play the video, please. In May at 10:30, August 10:30, I visited the Amazon warehouse in Mission Viejo. Within the space of 5 minutes, I observed at least 50 cars going in and out Amazon delivery trucks and or employee vehicles. If anyone is interested, we do have a Facebook group in opposition. No to Amazon San Clemente. We do have signs. We are working on decals and banner wavings. Please join the group and fight this. Thank you. Play the video, please. It's not playing. Okay, I sent a video link, but thank you.
Amazon. A lot of talk and yet there's really no agenda for it yet. So I haven't met anybody yet that said, I'm so thrilled. I can't wait to see all the trucks running up and down Pico. I just haven't. I haven't met anybody. When I mention it to somebody at the south end or, somebody who it's not affected, they go, really? There's going to be an Amazon? So I think that the pro Amazon is the unknowing. I don't know. I haven't met somebody yet. I'd love to, just to hear why. I've read that there's not even going to be a real income from this. Since it's a warehouse, there's not sales tax. A lot of the employees are transferred there. They want a huge building here. Once it's here forever. As council, you guys have that opportunity to not allow something that's just going to be a monolith and going to be something that you can't take back once it's done. And earlier I had been speaking about our homeless and housing and those who are suffering and looking for help. And so what I have here is just this is something that has touched me. This was written back in 1931. You cannot legislate the poor into freedom by legislating the wealthy out of freedom. What one person receives without working for, another person must work without receiving.
The government cannot give to anybody anything that the government does not first take from someone, does not take to work because of the other half is going to take care of them. When the other half gets to the idea that it does no good to go to work because somebody else is going to get what they will work for, that, my dear friend, is about the end of any nation. You cannot multiply wealth with dividing it. Dr. Adrian Rogers, 1931. It just rings so true to me that sometimes we can love somebody to death rather than have them help work for it. So I just wanted to add that again, and I won't gobble up any more time, but thank you guys for being so patient and listening to everything.
Tim. Good evening, City Council. Really appreciate your service and all the time you take to deal with city affairs. As much as I'm tempted to speak on some of the homeless issues, that's not why I'm here this evening. But I would like to thank Adam and Carly. I interact a lot with, as a business owner here in town, a lot with homeless people. I realize the issue's incredibly complicated, and I'll tell you, Adam and Carly do an outstanding job. I think the situation right now is a lot better than it was a few years back. Is there any chance that the little presentation that I sent through is available at all or not? If not, it's not serious. Tonight I'm here to represent the City of San Clemente Chamber of Commerce. Recently, about a year or two ago, or a year ago, the City of San Clemente appointed Economic Development Director, Jonathan Lightfoot. As the Chamber, we were really encouraged with that happening. And the Downtown Partnership has also got new leadership under the form of Chris Aiken and Mickey Rathman. So the Chamber and a few of us have formed a loose working group that would like to put together a DMO for the City of San Clemente, which would be a destination marketing organization. So we've got a group of people that are loosely representing the city in the form of Jonathan Lightfoot, the San Clemente Chamber of Commerce, and the Downtown Partnership. And we're working towards initiative that would try and promote the economic and lifestyle and business interests of the city as a whole. A destination marketing organization, just very loosely by definition, is an organization which promotes a location as an attractive travel destination. One of the reasons that I think that we would like to get behind that as well is if we look around our region, we look at cities to the north like Laguna Beach, Dana Point, San Juan Capistrano, they're doing a pretty good job of promoting themselves, improving their downtown, and putting their restaurants and hotels to use. And so what we wanted to do with our little working group was to study the viability of a DMO, come up with some visions and goals, and then ultimately seek some form of funding from both the Chamber, Downtown Partnership, and the city. One of the things that spurred me coming this evening, or the Chamber presenting this evening, was the American Recovery Act, or I think it's called the American Rescue Plan Act. We're talking on that a little later this evening. As a not-for-profit, the Chamber was thinking of putting together an application for funds for that, so that we can essentially put together an entity in the form of a DMO that would promote the city and would benefit our restaurants, our shops, our lodging. One of the studies that's out there with DMOs is for every dollar that you put into DMO, to advertising your city, it comes back in multiples, anywhere between 20 and 30 times. So appreciate it. That money will be spent on your website, social media, print and digital ads. But just wanted to give you an update. Thanks again for your service. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, the next speakers will be Chad Kroger, JT Parr, and Marty Weinberg.
I almost feel like we should get our cameras ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, what up? First off, any chance I could get this in a wide shot? I just want the people at home to be able to see my visage full on.
I'm not sure we have that ability. Do we have that ability? Brian, you're back there. Yep.
eating into his time.
Yeah, I'll let him go. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, for sure. What up, council? My name is Chad Kroger. I'm an activist and party enthusiast. So yeah, it's a verified truth that partying makes people feel really good. And if the party's really sick, then people feel good for a while. A lot of parties that made me feel really stoked, kickbacks, keggers, or the coup d'etat phone parties. But through my exhaustive research of partying, I found that one specific type undeniably makes the collective froth peak, and that is partying on a yacht. I can tell you that nothing feels as legit as being on a yacht deck with the linen shirt open and my body super tight from a pre-vacay juice cleanse. Yeah, what a freaking boost. One thing that bums me out though is that not everyone gets to participate. And I find myself wondering, why is it that only people like P. Diddy and Jeff Bezos get to experience the euphoria of being on a yacht on the reg? But I think I found the solution. We want a government subsidized public yacht grant program where people can apply to get free access to yachts so they can rage. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. Hell yeah. Love the support. Hell yeah. And yeah, the qualifications for the grant could just be that you're a person that really wants to party on a yacht. So yeah, and I'm pretty sure that with our public yacht program, our countrywide malaise would get sprayed away by jet ski water. So yeah, that's hell yeah. Thank you. Later.
What up? Am I up?
Yeah.
What up, council? I'm JT Parr. When I was 23, I was in junior college and I was failing my 2 classes and it was stressing me out. But then I went to Cabo for spring break and the boys got a yacht and we parked it outside of the famous beach, the office, or in Spanish, La Oficina. And my boy Roby got girls on the boat and we talked and I said like 3 witty things and then we ripped some shots and I managed to get not 1, but 2 girls on a wave runner. I didn't think about my classes once and I ended up failing them, but I wasn't bummed because I realized happiness is way more important. And I wouldn't have had that breakthrough had I not been on a yacht. And I know this may be news to a lot of you council members, but not everybody has been on a yacht. And it's not friggin' fair. So please push forward the Public Yachts Initiative and let's alleviate the nation's depression. Thank you.
I don't feel so bad about talking about pickleball now. Thanks, guys. Good afternoon, Council. I'm Marty Weinberg. I live in San Clemente, and I'm the USAPA Pickleball Ambassador for the City of San Clemente. At the last meeting, I spoke about how our courts at San Gregorio Park are not keeping up with the demand of the crowds that are playing pickleball in San Clemente. And I also spoke about how we need lights like every other court or every other sport. And we would like to have all the people that work and the students be able to enjoy their sport during the afternoon hours during the year. So I think it was mentioned that we should do a fundraiser. And so a quick update. I spoke with Samantha Wiley and she recommended that we use the Friends of San Clemente Foundation in our efforts to fundraise. And so I reached out to John Dory and I spoke with him several times. And if you know John Dory, he's the president of the Friends Foundation. And he and his board approved for our group to fundraise through their foundation. So we're going to start that process soon. And they're going to open up an account for us earmarked for San Clemente pickleball. So whether the funds go towards lighting or they go towards the future costs of pickleball courts, I'm hopeful that the city council and the Park and Rec department will work with our group to develop and encourage pickleball in the future of San Clemente. San Clemente remains, or pickleball still remains the fastest growing sport in the country. And we have over 500 people that are playing pickleball at San Gregorio Park right now. Not enough courts, and we need lights, of course. Ages range from 7, and our oldest senior, he's turning 86 in December, so all ages. So I'm inviting all of you to come out and play pickleball with us, all of you too. You don't have to wear a tie, no dresses, no suits. Nobody will recognize you. You'll just look like all of us with a t-shirt or a blouse, shorts, tennis shoes, and a cap. So come out. You'll realize why pickleball is such a popular sport and why everyone's having so much fun and how addictive. You know, some people are playing several hours a day, twice a day. So come out and join us.
Are you recommending to play on the deck of a yacht? Part of the
Maybe
program?
that too.
Okay.
So yeah, come out, join us. And I think that's all I have. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much.
The next speakers will be Gary Brown, Scott Gariner, and Judy Jones.
How's everybody doing? I've lived in San Clemente for 54 years now, around Maxburg Park. And I don't know where people are going to park because we have no parking now. It's going to be very difficult. I don't know where I'm going to put my other vehicle now either. I got a single car garage, so it doesn't give me much parking. I just hope everybody could take the signs down and let us park there, take care of the other problems a different way, or maybe give us parking permits. It'd work out good too. Thank you.
How y'all doing? I was born and raised in this city, 55 years, and I live across the street from Maxburg Plaza Park too. And there's actually two issues I want to talk about. The first issue is the parking. It's a city street. It's not a parking lot like other parks have here in town. So the signs need to come down so you can figure out what the other solutions to do around the park there. Like Juan Luna said, there's 70 parking spaces that you're going to eliminate. Another thing I want to bring up is the gang situation we have over there. What happened to community policing? You know, there's been gangs around there for years and years and years, and lately nothing's been done about it. I see patrol cars patrol around there. Do they stop, get out, walk over there, see what's going on? Absolutely not. So that's one thing I'm going to say to you guys. Well, I don't know what's going on with the sheriff's department, but nothing's happening at that park. There's gangs all the time there. You see drug deals going on over there. There's kids that don't, then there's kids always over there. So maybe with the new guy here, maybe he can do something about it. Who knows? That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Do we have speakers after the speaker?
Pardon me?
Do we have speakers after the speaker?
Yes.
Can we say their names?
Yes, after Judy Jones will be Paul Conan Shopper, Mickey Rathman, and Shelley Moore.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Ward and City Council members. I'm Judy Jones, a member of the Orange Coast League of Women Voters and a 25-year resident of San Clemente. I'm here to discuss civil discourse. These comments were mainly written by our expert within the League of Women Voters group. As a member of the League of Women Voters, I am dedicated to preserving our country's core democratic values, including the civil and free expression of ideas. We believe in that compromise is necessary in politics, as in all parts of your life, actually, and want to see our city come together and solve its problems in a civil and democratic manner. Therefore, the League of Women Voters encourages the practice of civil discourse among both our council members and the citizens who participate in any meetings. Approximately 77% of Americans believe our differences are not so great that we cannot come together. We have a large segment of the population whose voices are rarely heard above the shouts of the partisan tribes. We believe that Americans have more in common than that which divides them. While we may differ on important issues, we feel exhausted by the division both here in San Clemente and in the United States. I attended the August 6th rally to house unsheltered people now. This rally about a local solution to homelessness is an example of an incident where incivility and lack of basic decency were on display. This incident has already been described, so I won't dwell upon that in any further detail. The League of Women Voters of Orange County, a member of the San Clemente Coalition on Affordable Housing, asks for civility, respect, and honoring of free speech among the city council members and their supporters, regardless of how divisive the topic may be, including homelessness. And we ask that civil discussions be supported by the city council. If there is any repeat of the described incident or council members participating, the person or persons should be censored. Thank you for your consideration.
Paul Conan Schaffer.
Since Amazon is not on topic tonight, I'm just gonna move along here, but I will say that I own a lot of stock in Amazon, and even I don't want that thing here. So that's all I have to say about that. Thanks.
I think I'm next. I lost track of the countdown. Mickey Rathman, I'm a local resident and a local business owner, as well as an active member of the Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Business Association, which my colleague lovingly refers to as the Downtown Partnership. So just in case if you were wondering what that was, it's the Downtown Business Association. San Clemente has world-class beaches, legendary surfing, award-winning restaurants, creative retail stores, and multiple unique event venues. Promoting San Clemente as a destination to stay, play, shop, eat, and meet will enable our businesses to thrive and will increase the city's sales tax revenue. As the City Council looks at ways to put the Repairs Act funds to good use, I want to encourage some of those funds to be used to responsibly promote San Clemente as a destination via a destination marketing organization. You have a very enthusiastic and active membership in the Downtown Business Association, the Chamber, who are ready to jump in and to help promote San Clemente in a very unique and organized way. So as you're thinking about that, I know that we've been pushing Jonathan Lightfoot as well to help us. So if you have questions about it or how it might work or how that these organizations can partner with the city and have access to some funds to do that, we would of course be happy to meet with you and talk about the many benefits that it would provide to our business community as well as to the city's coffers. Thank you.
It's not agendized, but Amazon, of course. We're here, I'm sure y'all know Oceanside decided to vote against the Amazon in their city. The area is industrial, not unlike light industrial like ours. It's farther from homes. It already has distribution companies, and they still decided it was going to hurt residents. There's news articles all over the internet about how Amazon moves into smaller cities and after 6 months doubles the size of the warehouse. That is our main concern. We don't trust that Amazon's going to keep where their size. They're saying once they build, Amazon will do whatever they want, and unfortunately, they will work with the TCA to bring the toll road into San Clemente. Thank you.
That's the end of oral communications.
Okay.
Moving on to item number 3, could we have a motion to waive reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem James and second by Councilmember Noblock.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
And I believe Councilmember James might have something for item number 4.
No.
No?
It's not, so that particular item I will discuss during city manager comments and we'll agendize it.
In the
then,
future.
for the
Okay.
future.
I
Thank
think
you
the
very much.
Conversations in the hall going on now on that very topic with the city manager.
Okay.
No, there's.
No, we can't discuss
Yeah,
it.
it's a
Yeah,
procedural issue. It's a
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. So
Closed session,
there
closed
is
session
something.
report, city attorney.
I don't know.
So is there an issue where our city manager can't be in this meeting? Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead, city clerk.
Closed session report, city attorney.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. The council took action to approve settlement of the potential claim by Mr. Buchanan under Section B of the closed session agenda. That motion to approve the settlement was made by Councilmember Noblock, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem James, and it passed unanimously with a 5-0 vote. There was no other action taken. That's reportable under the Brown Act.
All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion unless council, staff, or the public request removal of an item for separate discussion and action. The public has requested the removal of item J.
All right, I have J. Council members.
I'm going to request the removal of item I. Not that I'm opposed to it, but I would like the city manager to explain what's going on there and why we did it.
Okay, council members.
I'd like to remove item H.
H. Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Duncan.
I have nothing.
Is there a motion to move the balance?
So moved.
We have a tie. Who wants to take
Oh,
I'll-
Mr. Duncan.
Approved motion by Councilmember Duncan with a second by Mayor Pro Tem James. Thank you.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
And
So the next
before we
item
move
will
on,
be
I just want to
item-
thank staff for all their work on everything that we just approved, all of the projects that they have finished. Great work. Thank you.
Next item is item H. That's initiation of amendments to specific plans for Forster Ranch, Marblehead Coastal, Marblehead Inland, Rancho San Clemente, and Talega.
Okay, Councilmember Ferguson.
Thanks, Mayor Ward. I pulled this one because just a little light on details. It talks about amendments to update maps, development standards, permitted uses, and other content in specific plans for the various communities. And list those. That's a problem for me. It's not conclusive enough in detail. And then there is one example of what an amendment would look like. But I'd like to see what all the changes are going to be, if there's a way to do that, or a link to them or whatnot. But in the one example provided, it talks about Forster Ranch, La Plata, Vista Hermosa, La Plata area, an example of an amendment. And it shows the Forster Ranch specific plan is this example with P, which is public. And then it shows the current land use map, general plan, which is open space. Mr. Sund, is that the 2.29 acre lot at La Parda? Trying to make that out here.
I'll let either our deputy community development director, Adam Matami, and our CD director, Cecilio, answer that question.
It appears to
Councilmember
be the
Ferguson.
corner lot that's been listed for sale.
Chris, why don't you go ahead and field that question? Chris Wright is managing the amendments to the specific plans.
Yes, good evening, City Council. Christopher Wright, Associate Planner. Yes, the project site that you mentioned, the Forster Ranch specific plan has a different designation of that corner property than the general plan. What the proposal before you tonight is to initiate amendments to documents. It is not to adopt them. So there would be a public review process involved in which it takes time for staff to go through these documents and identify the changes that would be necessary to comply with state law, which documents need to be consistent. And then those amendments would be presented through the review process in a more detailed fashion as you're requesting, Councilmember Ferguson.
Fair enough. That's good. Thank you for sharing that in detail with me. And just before we move on, in this example provided on the current land use map, open space, I thought that corner lot was neighborhood commercial. Perhaps you could answer that.
Yes, the corner lot is neighborhood commercial in the specific plan. However, the general plan has a designation of neighborhood there. So the proposal, there's a map in the specific plan, and what we'll do is just updating the map so that they're consistent.
Okay, all right, that answers my question. Appreciate it. I look forward to the outreach on that for the public. Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
Will you move the item?
Oh, yes, I will move the item.
One last question on that item,
Oh.
just to confirm with the city manager that, or with Christopher, that none of the plans affect the Rancho San Clemente Business Park, correct?
Adam, I think you had communicated that earlier.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Noblock. The Rancho San Clemente Business Park will most likely be affected as there are some items in the general plan, the Centennial General Plan, that were adopted that are not consistent with the existing Rancho San Clemente specific plan. So any changes to that area, one example being automotive uses, the areas of the city where those were allowed were changed, and the general plan expanded that use in the business park area of the Rancho San Clemente specific plan. So that will be something that's addressed. Now, as part of this work, all of this will be reviewed by the Planning Commission and the City Council for final approval. So this project is just to initiate staff's work to bring those consistency.
Adam, thank you. I just want to confirm that the land where the proposed Amazon facility is not going to be affected by this plan amendment, as far as you know?
Yes, that's correct. There's nothing about that property that would need to be changed because of the general plan.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll go ahead and second that. So a motion by Councilmember Ferguson and a second by Mayor Ward.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. The next item is item I, and that's speed cushions on West El Portal, West Esplanade, and Avenida La Cuesta. We do have one comment card on this.
Okay, let's go ahead and hear that. comment.
Helen McHugh.
Well, be careful.
It was my understanding that I wouldn't have to speak if this was not brought up.
It
Yes.
has been pulled from the consent calendar,
Oh,
so
it has.
yes.
Do we hear their comments first or ours?
Usually the public would speak first.
Oh, okay. Helen McHugh, 50-year resident of San Clemente. I've been working on this project for 20 years. I've gone through 4 engineers. And 10 years ago, I kind of dropped it because Akron kept saying it's not going to pass because your street doesn't qualify. Then several years ago, 2 streets got the speed cushions. I found out they didn't qualify either, but all the neighbors on the streets applied for it and it passed. So I said, well, why not? So I went to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission overwhelmingly supported the idea. And also they made recommendations to the engineering department to relook at the criteria for each area. Number one, they said schools was the most important thing that should have speed cushions around. We have excuse me, I've lost train of thought. I'm not really with it since I'm still kind of groggy from various things. But it was the Planning Commission recommended. Let's see. Is this safe
Routes to school.
safe routes to school. They completely ignored Las Palmas when they were looking at all the safe routes to school. Las Palmas is the worst because there's parking in front, there's parking in back, and when the parents come around, drop their kids off, they're forced to go down West Portown. They hit that curve and then they just go as fast as they can. These new cars can go 60 miles an hour in less than 30 seconds. West El Portal has been a disaster since they put the parking on the backside. People have put up cones on our street. The city comes and removes them. That people have put up signs, slow down. They hit them. I stood out there one day with a sign that said, slow down, please. Excuse me.
Okay,
But
your time is up, but thank
I
you for
know,
your
but
comments.
I'm sorry, I'm not. well
No, I think we've
spoken
got it.
tonight.
I understand that you're here for West El Portal.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
So that was the only one that was pulled, or all of them?
They all are, but I think it's for a presentation that you're going to get to hear. We're going to have our city manager talk about that.
So thank you. Actually, we have Manuel Gomez on who can communicate how we got here tonight with these 3 recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I appreciate it. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. The city has a policy and procedure that's adopted that allows communities and members of the communities to petition the city to provide traffic calming measures in various neighborhoods. These 3 items before you this evening were all initiated by a petition supported by residents in the specific areas. They all went to the Planning Commission for review and recommendation. And staff is also supporting those recommendations and making that item before you tonight. But the genesis of these are resident initiated, supported by petitions that go through the policy and procedures outlined in the city's guidelines. And our senior civil engineer, Saida Farivar, is here this evening. I know some of you have had a chance to meet her already, but at least you now have a name with a face for those that have not. and she can answer any additional technical questions if you have any. We're very happy to recommend all three items to you this evening.
Council, do we have any questions on any one of these for Saida? Nope. So this is going to be your first meeting. It's going to be very easy, I believe. Welcome to the city of San.
Thank you.
So is there any council member that would like to make a motion? Councilman or Mayor Pro Tem, you pulled it. Would you like to make a
Yeah,
motion? for
I
this?
pulled it. I was gonna have some things to say, but I couldn't be as eloquent as Mrs. McHugh was there. So I'll make a motion to approve this. Find the verbiage here. So I make a motion to approve the use.
Mayor
of-
Pro Tem, could I just, I don't want to
Yeah,
slow
sure.
it down, but could I just ask you one question for there for Saida, just to clarify?
Yes, go ahead.
So in situations like this where the community does petition, are there still qualifications that have to be met, and those were met here, or is the petition sufficient to allow for kind of traffic calming? I'd like to know so that other people in other neighborhoods might bring greater awareness of it.
Yeah. So if the basic criteria for the use of a speed cushion doesn't meet, we need the petition with the signature of 2/3 of the residents or 67%. Then we need to find actually the best location to put the cushions, and we need to get permission from the residents that we want to put the cushion in front of their property. And we need to consider the grade, the curve, and the distance between cushion, and check the visibility also to confirm or approve the locations. But yeah, with the 67% of signatures from the residents, we are okay to go and ask the approval of the council members.
And that was done here in this case.
Yes, in all cases.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
I see Mr. Gomez on, and I just want to recognize Mr. Gomez for a moment because we may not see him on again. He is actually working beyond his last day today, I believe.
That is correct.
That's probably some violation of labor law, but we won't get into that. Mr. Gomez, I want to personally thank you for everything you have done. You've been very responsive in this interim role, and you really have shown us what a public works director can do. And you've been very responsive to me. You've helped this community. I just want to say thank you, sir. Shall we give him a few words?
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to also thank the city manager and the city council for giving me the opportunity to serve the community. Very much appreciate it.
We appreciate your service very much.
Thank you, sir.
That you came here.
You went the extra mile, and you continued to do that tonight. So really appreciate it.
Thank you,
Okay,
Manuel.
and with that,
I'm going
motion.
to make a motion to approve the use of speed cushion traffic calming treatments on the 200 block of West El Portal and authorize the use of funding from the traffic calming project CIP number 39087 to complete the installations. Number 2, approve the use of speed cushion traffic calming treatments on the 100 block of West Esplanade and authorize the use of funding from the traffic calming project CIP number 39087 to complete the installations. And number 3, approve the use of speed cushion traffic calming treatment on Avenida La Cuesta, East El Oriente, and Avenida Calabrillos, and authorize the use of funding from the traffic calming project CIP number 39087 to complete the installations.
Second.
okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem and a second by Councilmember Noblock.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye, and thank you to Mrs.
And Mayor
McHugh
Ward.
for being persistent.
I think it went very quickly this past. You asked.
I asked, I started it.
Yeah, it's your fault.
Relief is on the way.
We can't take any questions right now. Sorry. But we're in the middle of a vote, are we not?
We are.
I was waiting for your vote.
For my vote, I'm
Yes.
an aye. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
it carries 5-0.
I was not paying attention to
Sorry,
that.
I did
That's
that.
all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Saida.
And the next
Thank you.
item is item J, that's HR 2307, Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act of 2021. And we do have 2 cards.
All right, let's hear from that.
The first one will be Judy Jones, followed by Tony Hayes.
Good evening again, Mayor Ward and City Council members. I'm Judy Jones, a San Clemente resident, still in for 25 years, and also a 15-year member of Citizens Climate Lobby, a nonpartisan group. I support the HR 2307 Emergency Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act of 2021. This includes a carbon fee and a dividend as a logical place to start addressing climate change for many reasons. I was anticipating more people from CCL to address other issues, to say that this bill is not a tax. It is a market-driven solution, is supported by business, and it might even save our San Clemente Beach. So I thought I would address it in a different way. And I know people say, why are you concerned? You won't be here 20, 30 years from now. Well, I do subscribe, or I do probably just get it because I am of the age, an AARP bulletin in June 21st issue. They covered a number of issues that the seniors should be paying attention to, which are finances, home, health, and lifestyle impact on the seniors, including such things as insurance premiums will rise. Everybody will pay more because FEMA currently has a $20 billion debt. Not just the people who are at a big risk will be paying. There's also chaotic farm conditions, which will raise all of our grocery prices. 2020 wiped out 1/3 of Iowa's corn, soybeans, and more. 2020 also decreased the wine grape production by 14%. We seniors really like our wine. Retirees may be reconsidering their retirement locations, and something more you have to spend your time on. And that's why Fargo, North Dakota seems to be one of the best places to retire to. And maybe we in San Clemente should consider changing our name from San Clemente Good Climate to reduce the influx of retirees. But wherever you retire, you're going to need to prepare and fortify your home for storms, heat, and pollutants, that the allergy seasons will be longer. There will be more bug bites. Heat and humidity rates have more impact on elderly. Several drugs for chronic conditions make the heat worse for elderly. Emphysema, COPD, lung disease in general are worse with more heat and sunshine to impact pollutants. Also, I have to change my bucket list because I can't go to all those places anymore. And I will have to stay inside and become more homebound, which decreases my ability for my health. So living 20 to 30 years is no longer the retirement I imagine, and I recommend adoption of the resolution as a good place to start our reversal of climate change. And thank you for considering our finances, health, safety, and enjoyment of life.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Ward, council members. My name is Tony Hayes. I live in San Clemente. Many of us in this room have raised children and given them the best opportunities in education, sports, and social activities, and to be responsible citizens in the hope that they will lead happy and productive lives. All this will be for naught if we cannot stop the current rate of change of atmospheric temperature. Already the average temperature at higher latitudes is increasing at twice the rate of that of the planet as a whole. Permafrost is about 1/4 of the land in the northern hemisphere, and that is starting to thaw, releasing additional carbon dioxide and methane into the atmosphere. This feedback loop may result in uncontrollable increase in temperature unless we take action now. If we do not take action, the disruption to society and indeed to all life on Earth can barely be imagined. That is why we must initiate a procedure for decarbonizing the US economy. And this proposed procedure has been endorsed by over 3,600 US economists, 4 former chairs of the Federal Reserve, 28 Nobel laureates in economics, and 15 former chairs of the Council of Economic Advisors. And I wouldn't want to argue with any of them. The name of the procedure is carbon fee and dividend, and the federal legislation is HR 2307. This imposes a fee on the extraction of carbon products from the earth, and this fee is returned to US citizens or lawful residents as a dividend in an equitable manner. The fee is progressively increased to meet prescribed goals specified in the law. An important aspect of this act is the border adjustment, which is a tax on imports that use significant amounts of carbon in their production. A similar law, including carbon adjustment, is in the process of being implemented in the European Union, and this will force other countries that export their products to the US or EU to decarbonize their economies. It is not too late to save the planet if we take meaningful action now. I urge you to support the resolution before you.
So Mayor, if you desire, we can have a brief staff report from Assistant to the City Manager, Jennifer Savage, or the council can take it behind the rail to deliberate.
Does council want a presentation?
I've read it.
No. Okay. Nope. Thank you. So I do have some questions. Who would be answering those?
I'll
Jennifer?
let Jennifer field those.
Okay. So we heard a lot about this is market driven. Where did I write that down? Market-based solution. What's a market-based solution? Because then I hear, I'm reading in here collecting fees. So how does that work?
It charges the producers of fossil fuels or the users of fossil fuels as opposed to putting a fee on renewable or clean energy. So you're charging those producers that produce the pollution to disincentivize the procurement of those fossil fuels.
So when you say procurement, is it just businesses that use a lot of carbon, have a lot of carbon emissions to make a product? Are we targeting China and imports from China, or are we targeting, this is my concern, that we're targeting gasoline procurement, people to get gasoline?
Right, it's the latter. It's the companies that actually extract the fossil fuels.
But that is also used for gasoline, is it not?
Correct.
That has a, I worry about things like this, it says this is good, we're going to charge carbon, but I'm worried about this raising the price of fuel and being passed on to the consumer. It's like another tax. And I understand what it's saying that it's trying to do, but I'm almost paying, I think, $5 a gallon for gas right now.
Yeah,
I can't see passing that off right now to, I don't know what is this making China do to clean up? We're all trying to clean our air and reduce our carbon footprint while China's just doing whatever they want, and polluting away. So how does, if anyone can help me, how this helps, why it should be done now?
Well, it has to be done now because we just got the report from I think it's ICCCP that said that if we do not act immediately, there's irreparable harm to the planet. It doesn't really matter what else we do. So
If we don't take steps now, we're just making the problem worse for our future generations. We have to start somewhere. I think this bipartisan approach makes sense because it doesn't create a new government program. It doesn't seek to penalize people or mandate action. It simply uses market-based approach, which is if you're going to do things that pollute, that cost all of us money, then we're going to charge you for that because we're going to eventually have to clean all of that up. So it incentivizes better behavior. Sure, it'll affect some US companies, but it will mostly affect companies, especially with the border adjustment tax in foreign countries, because they don't have the environmental standards we have right now and they're getting away with it. There's a lot of criticism of US environmental laws that says, well, that China gets to do whatever, Russia gets to do whatever. This directly affects that because it says you're going to come to us, sell stuff to us, the largest market in the world. Well, we're not going to allow you to do that without having to, it's the same thing with sort of import tariffs, without leveling the playing field and making you have to pay if you're going to do that. Look, no, there's, nothing's perfect. Sure, there's going to be effects, but I think it's really important that the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, one of the foremost spokespeople group for businesses in the U.S. supports carbon fees as the chosen approach to address this issue. I don't think this should be controversial. We live in a city where our environment is of the utmost importance. This directly goes to sea level rise and a lot of the other environmental adverse effects that we are looking at in the future. So, I strongly urge everyone here on the council to support this. Again, this is a letter of support for legislation. It doesn't mean the legislation is going to pass. I think it sends a strong message to our Congress people, though, that this is a city that cares about our environment and is willing to take steps to think about the long-term viability of our environment and our future generations' ability to enjoy the same things we've gotten to enjoy. So if we don't take this action now, frankly, I think it's an irresponsible act because we have the opportunity to make that statement that we care about our environment and we're willing to do the things to protect it. This is a balanced approach. It doesn't create a new tax system. It simply lets the market compensate for the pollution that's occurred in the past. We haven't done that. And so polluters now are going to have to pay for those cheap production methods that cost all of us. So anyway, I strongly support it. I hope others do too. And I really think we should all think long and hard if you're thinking about not supporting, about what kind of message that sends.
My issue, Madam Mayor, is this is a tax. For anyone to say this is not a tax, it's blatantly a lie. It will put a tax on the producers of carbon-based products, which will be passed on to the consumer. Right now, we're probably looking at an inflation rate this year that's going to probably approach 10%. This will shoot it right through that mark of 10%. President Reagan had what he called the misery index, and he added inflation and unemployment. Well, we're rapidly going to look at a misery index of 20 plus. And, mostly because we have an inept administration in Washington, D.C. And I just can't get behind it. I appreciate Chris's passion for the environment, but we're under economic duress now. We're just coming out of a pandemic. And due to the ineptitude of Washington, D.C., we went from being energy independent to energy dependent. And I just cannot, I reject this entire premise. I cannot vote for this resolution. Thank you.
I have a comment. Go ahead. Thanks, Mayor Ward. Actually, a question of Mr. Sun. This is taking a position on a bill and that comes from council. How did HR 2307 end up on consent calendar?
At the last council meeting, if I remember, I'll look to the clerk to clarify, we did get a first and a second. However, a third voice of support from a council gave direction to draft a staff report to bring back to the city council.
Okay, then it's mispositioned on the agenda. It needs to be under new business when the council member brings something back. So it should also say the names in parentheses. So those are never on consent. That's for discussion. But I echo the comments of Mayor Ward and Mayor Pro Tem James, and just especially since we're in California, we have the strictest standards here in terms of environmental standards, and we pay for that. We pay for that probably 90 cents more per gallon for that, for the clean air here in California compared to everywhere else in the nation. So, and we're just seeing gas prices just go through the roof, and that impacts families. And I raise a family, and I have 3 drivers in my house now. So it I'm sure I speak for a lot of families here in San Clemente, but I do love the environment, but I just think the impacts are just too severe, and I just can't support it tonight.
So I'll just say one last thing. Totally care about the environment and what they're trying to do here, but when we stop getting fuel from a pipeline that we were building and where we were independent, and now we're going to charge anyone that's importing oil now into the United States, we're now going to charge again for oil that we could have had. I can't support it, because I don't see an end to the gas prices that the Californians are going to be paying. And we do have some of the strictest rules that we have, and I do understand this is on imports, but on the fuel part, that is an import that that's a self-inflicted wound that we didn't have to, I don't think we had to do.
2 points on that. One is, as far as I understand it, the high fuel prices really is driven by the international supply and not domestic policy or inflation or any of those things. It's much larger than that. It has to do with the global supply, which we can't really control, being too constricted. And the other thing is, I neglected to mention this, but as it pertains to greater costs for all of us, I think that's where the dividend comes in. Every person gets a portion of that fee paid back to them. So that almost, I don't know if entirely, compensates for that additional cost that may be passed on to consumers by the fee from the polluter. Again, this is a fee on polluters. This is the people who are ruining the planet. I don't know why we're sticking up for that. So in any event, as far as those costs being borne by consumers, that's where the dividend comes in. That's why it's there. That money goes right back into the pockets of local people. It doesn't go to the government, it goes to us. Again, I couldn't support this more strongly. And, if we're not going to support something like this in a city like ours, I really don't know where that leaves us.
Madam Mayor, my comment is I agree with the comments made by 3 of my colleagues. I think the premise on this thing is flawed. I think the comments about irreparable damage to our planet is, I want to be polite, but I don't buy it for a moment. I think it's a chicken little approach to our environment. We interviewed an expert at our last meeting that for our Beaches and Parks Commission, who was an expert in this area, talked about sea level rise being I forget his exact words, non-observable, to suggest like people have that Manhattan's going to be underwater and we have 10 years to survive is beyond the pale. I don't buy it for a second, and I would enthusiastically make a motion to reject the resolution if that's necessary, or just let it fail for lack of a second.
Yeah, I think we
can let it fail.
Yeah, we can.
No,
but-
I'd like to go on the record moving that we adopt resolution number 21-34, entitled "The Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, supporting HR 2307 the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act of 2021.
Tris, do you want to vote on that? Do you want to have a vote on that?
I'll go through the normal process. If there's no second, then there's no need for a vote.
Okay.
I think we should just stay neutral on this for now, till we see more of what's going on.
Did you want to go back and vote on the original motion, which was to reject it? Since the
No, there was no
substitute
motion.
died?
No.
Okay. All right. Moving on to public hearings. This evening's public hearing is to consider a city-initiated amendment to the Code of the City of San Clemente to establish a leaf blower ordinance for residential and mixed-use zoning districts west of Interstate 5 as a pilot program with a one-year sunset provision. And we do have two parts.
All right, let's hear from those.
Okay, this is Paul Kay, followed by Brian Daly.
Hello again. Usually why I come to speak at any city council meeting is for the quality of life here. And my father can't be here tonight. He was also going to come and speak on this issue as well, but he's dealing with some health problems ongoing. So I think he did send you an email, and I wanted to know if you guys got my email today as well. I've sent probably a few, but I sent a pretty lengthy one today. I'm just going to keep this pretty short, but this is really about our quality of life here and our health and our well-being. And, you know, both my father and I, we both built separate dream houses here in San Clemente. I mean, this is where all of our blood, sweat, and tears have gone. And we chose this place for a reason, because of the atmosphere here and the quality of life and getting to live by the ocean and really having a good quality neighborhood to live in, healthy place where we can enjoy our peace of mind and try to live the best lives we can. And when we are assaulted basically nearly every day, about 6 days a week, down where we live really close to the coast here, about half block from the ocean. We are surrounded by a lot of condos and apartment complexes and a few houses like ours. And actually, we have a subdivided property. I can't go into it, but we live very close together. We have two nice houses, and our neighbors are mostly condos and apartments, but a lot of these people will hire landscape crews to come in and just want to get their job done as quickly as they can, without really any regard for the neighbors. And they'll make a lot of noise, and they're in and blow and go, so to speak. And this happens like 5-6 days a week. And you know, a lot of people are at home now, working at home. And it's not just the people that work at home that are disrupted by this, but just say if you're out in your own yard, or maybe you're out, you know, doing walking or something like that, and you have to go around these people or go close your windows when they show up. And we are in our own homes. Like we did not invite them. We did not hire them to come into our neighborhood. You could hear them all the way up the street. You can hear them in the back of us, and you can hear them right next door. And when it's right next door, it's extremely loud. And these things have, you know, something like 300 times more polluting than an automobile. And then, you know, we're supposed to like run inside and like shut all our windows and everything like that. I mean, I think the time has come that electric batteries have proven that they are effective enough. I know this because I had a large property in Palm Springs that I used one myself there because they have a ban on it for the quality of life issues there as well. So I knew it was a 30,000 square foot property that I was taking care of. I had an electric battery powered, and it was working just fine for me. And I hope you guys will consider this for our, you know, peace of mind and our health and our quality of life here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Brian Daly, San Clemente resident. I'm here speaking on behalf of my wife and myself in support of the proposed leaf blower ban that is in front of you tonight. I spoke to the council approximately 2 years ago regarding the same thing. We almost went for a complete ban, but that went back to staff for additional review. And here we are tonight with that review. I suggest that we move forward with this. But I'm not going to go into all the details and as far as how we've been held hostage by these leaf blowers that come in and impact our communities. It's ridiculous. The fact that this is, so I've recently retired, 33 years on with Chevron Corporation. I've been one of the first people that is blessed. I'm not religious, blessed to have a job, working for a major corporation. And I'm very impressed by the people that come in here and prepare and take their personal time to try to make a difference with the homeless and the different things that are impacting this community. All right. So with that being said, this is impacting our community. Is homelessness much more important than these leaf blowers? Yes. Okay. But you're talking like they said, dovetail off the back conversation where Mr. Duncan was. He's put out a tremendous amount of pollution. It's documented. It's not something I made up. I don't have the data with me today. Look it up. You can do it on a search. It's easy enough. Okay, they're impacting our community. All right. The only addition that I'd like you to consider, move forward with this, okay, west of the 5, then go on the other side. Make a proposal to do a volunteer committee. It'll reduce any confusion. Okay, I'm taken back by the conversation about the environment and the taxes. Taken back. Short-sightedness. If you are not seriously concerned about what our country and the world is up against, you are really need to step back and take a deeper dive into the information that's out there. Okay. I don't like paying taxes. I worked 7 years in Nigeria. I see what the tax system here does. It provides people a social system. Nigeria has nothing, and it's pathetic. So regroup. But anyways, my support, my wife Dina's support is for this leaf blower ban. And for 1 year pilot program, don't get it. There's, hopefully you all know what a 80-20 rule is, or 70-30. I know you have huge tasks and agendas in front of you, but you need to start going after these approaches. Get something moving forward. Get something moving forward. You got to make regroup, reconsider. Understand there's laws. So 80-20, 70-30, get something moving. And I think that was about it. There was, that tells me I don't. Thank you very much for your time. Have a good evening.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I think I'm going to address most of what that gentleman said. I look back at that council meeting in which I seconded the then Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson's motion, or yes. And I think we were all over the board that night. And I think we have to regroup and look at this. And I'm going to suggest the following. Number one, I'm not for a test period of 1 year. No, if you're going to tell me I have to go out and buy an electric blower for 1 year, I'm probably not going to do it. I'm probably more in the camp of having a citywide ban, both east and west. And I don't think we should, when we did the east and west thing, I look back at that and that probably wasn't the right thing to do. I would go for a citywide ban and make it permanent. However, this is what's going to disappoint some people. I would give a 1 year grace period for people to move over to an electric blower. And I got to tell you, I converted over to an electric blower subsequent to the conversation we had more than a year ago. It works a hell of a lot better than I don't have to do that nonsense. It's always ready to go. I have an extra battery and I think it's just as powerful. So I would, if it were me, I would punt this tonight and give staff the opportunity to come back in 2 weeks with a permanent ban, a citywide ban, but a 1-year grace period.
Would you consider a 6-month grace period? I mean, it's just 1 year seems so far from now. 6 months is a good amount of time.
I would not be opposed to a 6-month grace period.
Can I
Is
comment
that,
on
do you
that?
think that's a little short?
Well, let me comment on that. Why 6 months may not be good enough, because one of the things we have to do, we bring it back to us, but we have to direct staff to then, once this is implemented, and if we give a ramp up period, that staff has to go back and go to every single landscaper that has a business license in San Clemente and notify them of this new ordinance. And also maybe reach out to the AQMD, SDG&E, all of those places, whoever is giving a rebate program to switch these out. And if we just contact them, they may just do that. If there isn't one scheduled, they might do that if, our city's, moving over to that. So I think we would encourage everyone to change over as best as possible, because they're probably going to get sick of people coming up to them and saying, hey, those aren't allowed anymore. But it gives them a time period in which to change over. And I think 6 months with everything that is going on in the city and people, still at home and all that, I think it might be difficult to ramp up. So I think there's conditions on that. We can't do it tonight if we do a citywide. I'm also of that opinion. I was there a couple of years ago. I said citywide, and the only place that was exempt would be city contractors. And yet we would like to see the contractors switch over, but we're not going to make that. I don't think we should make that an issue right now, because we have such big swaths of land that aren't around houses, and they could probably do it for a while. But knowing that we, eventually we'd probably like to see that. I'm not for a 1-year trial period, because there's nothing to try. The AQMD, LA County's been doing this for decades, I think, a ban on gasoline leaf blowers. So we're kind of behind on doing that. So I don't think we can do it tonight, because for the east side, I understand the west side really wants to get this going, but I think it's confusing to have a west side and east side. The city I'm only going to vote for anything if it's a total ban on gasoline leaf blowers, exempting city projects, or city contractors right now. But I still think a 1-year run up is fair in order to get the word out.
I don't disagree with what you're saying, Mayor. I think to manage expectations, obviously, we wouldn't be able to accomplish that tonight. We would be able to receive direction from the city council to bring something back. I would defer to Cecilia Gallardo Daly, because I know there was some staff time put into drafting this public hearing that's been brought forward to you tonight. So I would ask Cecilia, and I'm asking the council, this is not drop everything, get this back to the council. I think it's, Cecilia, what's a reasonable amount of time for staff if this was to be the direction from council to bring back a new hearing item for a leaf blower ban?
I think the first meeting in October is realistic for us to come back to the city council with a citywide ban on gas powered leaf blowers that would include this sort of grace period or amortization period. It would be, since it is an ordinance change, it is a public hearing. So that would also give us time to notice it as a public hearing. And then any other direction you want to provide to us on this matter would be helpful.
Wait, okay, 1 second. The one thing that I saw was at the end of page 9, information required on commercial operated battery leaf blowers. That commercial operators shall affix or write business information on the leaf blowers. There's no decibels to that, to an electric leaf blower. Is that correct? Is that why we're not making that be part of? I mean, electric leaf blowers are legal everywhere, right? There's not one that's stronger than another.
Oh, no, they vary in power.
They do.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not aware of any cities doing, saying that leaf electric leaf blowers have to have a certain decibel. We do have a noise ordinance, and if we find that one is just way too loud, we're gonna have to come back and do that. The one thing I wanted to know from staff, I don't see anything in here about hours. Is that part of this, what staff looked at, hours of operation?
Mayor, I can address your questions. Christopher Wright, Associate Planner. First, you had a question, comment about the noise rating of battery leaf blowers.
Right.
There is a noise standard for manufacturers to meet. They have to be certified by a testing laboratory before they're sold. And this ordinance that's before you actually requires that sticker be on the leaf blowers to verify that it's been certified.
Okay.
And then another question. I'm sorry, what was that?
The other question
Further
was, is anywhere in here talk about hours of operation?
Okay, there's a reference to our noise ordinance. Our noise ordinance has hours of operation limitations. So this would hold leaf blowers to other hours of operation for things like other types of construction equipment.
Okay, so you don't see any benefit of reiterating that in a leaf blower ordinance so that people just look right at leaf blowers? Because one of the issues is we've always had a noise ordinance, but the leaf blowers, they don't look at it. We've always had that. So some of these leaf blowers are probably, they're not meeting our noise ordinance, but it's very hard to enforce. So I'm just wondering if there's a benefit to just adding that, or is that bad? Is that a bad law to put that in here?
What are the
again?
hours of the noise ordinance?
I believe certain types of construction, Adam might know, can't start until I think 30.
Yes, Mayor, Council, Adam Matamian, Deputy Community Development Director. So the exemptions in the noise ordinance that would allow for devices like this to exceed the noise regulations would be, the exemption that would apply would be for maintenance of properties, which covers landscaping activities. Those are typically from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. And then there are some additional hours allowed over the weekend, Saturdays and Sundays. Construction activities are limited to Saturdays only. And of course, all city recognized holidays would be not allowed.
Okay, so construction, we have definite hours, but when somebody wants to sweep their property and do yard work, they have
Yes.
every opportunity to do that. It's their right.
Mayor, if I may,
Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I agree with the comments that have been made. I was concerned about the split city issue. And the noise issue too with the electric. I want to make sure that the sticker that we're referencing has a decibel level below what's on the noise ordinance. So I hope that could be included in the staff report. My last point was actually 2 points. Number one, I'm a little concerned about the city being exempt in our standards, requiring the city to have this equipment, but we're somehow exempt. I think it's not bad. I think it's bad policy for us to implement a policy that we're not subject to, number one. Number two, regarding the cost of transitioning, we just received a bucket load of federal money for assistance. I'm wondering if the city could implement some sort of a rebate for our citizens so that if they had to acquire a electric blower, that we would contribute a percentage of the cost of that if they demonstrate a acquisition of a leaf blower, so that the burden is not on them to go out, because some of these are pretty expensive. They can several $100. You can get some cheap ones, but obviously they're not as powerful. But just a thought on.
Would you be okay if that rebate was based on proof that they purchased that
Absolutely.
here in town?
If the city council says that's a legal requirement, I like that idea.
Well, we have to hear that that's an even legit use of that money.
Absolutely. And I can address both of Councilmember Knobloch's questions. Talking to the city attorney, there is the option of being able to go forward tonight based on what Mayor Pro Tim James has said. They're not easy, they're not hard asks to integrate within the ordinance tonight. So we wouldn't have to bring it back in October. To Councilmember Knobloch's question, I completely agree with you as it relates to lead by example. So what I would ask, but I think it's only fair that we respect the contracts that we currently have with our landscape providers. And when those contracts lapse, we then would implement those standards going forward with a new contract so that we're not changing things midstream with the contract with our landscape providers, which I completely support. Two, the federal dollars have to have a nexus to COVID.
Yeah.
I mean, so
I thought there were some quality of life categories or some issues that would maybe maybe perhaps enough nexus to qualify.
I would have to look at that further with my finance team. I would say that if the council was very adamant about wanting to provide a rebate program, I would probably look at other funds to provide that as an incentive if the council would like to do that. But I will say the concept of having to administer a rebate program does bother me a little bit from a staff perspective in terms of resources. So I have to put that out there. But again, we're at the will of the council and I'll take direction as necessary. But I will defer to the city attorney to give some advice if you wanted to pursue this and land it tonight.
Yeah, and Mr. City Manager, I appreciate your comment about honoring our contracts with our landscape contractors. There are a lot of our citizens, business owners, associations that have long-term contracts with their landscape people as well. Would we have some flexibility to give them the same leeway that we're giving to our contractors?
I think for the, I can't speak for the HOAs, but I think with a 1-year amortization process, I think that would be something that I think the HOAs could ease into with their contracts. And I've heard the council wanting to do a little, or kind of the want for us staff to do some outreach to those HOAs to explain to them the process. I think through outreach with the HOAs, I think we could probably come to an amicable decision where they would commit to doing it within a certain time frame.
And the business community as well.
That's
that
correct.
have
We would work through the
long-term
chamber and the
contracts.
DBA. Absolutely.
Especially if we find that there is a current program. You know, if staff will, that would be my direction. If we do this tonight, staff look at any rebate programs that we
Absolutely.
can then push out to when we notify these people that, you know, by the way, you can switch these out.
And I think we could defer the rebate program too to a future vote too, right? Like, so we could
do it any time. I'm just concerned that we already have a
Well,
approved
and
budget.
to Councilmember Knobloch's point, and I know we're jumping to another agenda item, the ARP, but there is some money, if you will, that is being recommended to be left on the table, and we will be vetting that through our long-term financial program or plan, which will begin in the fall of 2021. So to your point, that would be the perfect venue for us to see and truth test if the ARP funds for the next bucket of allocations for 2022 could accommodate that. And potentially, if there was a possibility of a rebate program, that's something that staff could administer. And again, I give a little bit of caution to the council about staff resources. We could definitely implement that as part of the first of the year.
I tend to agree with Steve on the of having it apply to our own contractors too. And Mayor Ward, I know where you're coming from, but I think if we're going to make homeowners and small business landscapers do this, that I think we need to step up and have our own folks do it too. So I would support making it applicable to them as well.
As long as it's a 1-year.
As long as
run-up.
the 1-year amortization is there.
You know, with the understanding, if there's a rebate program, I think people are going to switch out sooner, you know, and take advantage of that.
All the better, but
Sell their leaf blowers to someone other county that's.
I think, but then we could say a year from now, we're gonna be gas blower free, right? Citywide.
Exactly. Mayor Ward?
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. I'm happy to hear Councilmember Knobloch bring up the rebate program because I did really enthusiastically want to see us do that a couple years ago. It does incentivize people to do this. So I'm happy to hear we have a new council that's very supportive of that. I wanted to note in here, since it looks like we may be able to do this tonight, not wait till October, is that in the ordinance that we also include electric. So we have battery powered leaf blowers, but not electric. There's the plug-in without the battery. So I use those for all of my equipment I use in my yard. I don't use battery. I plug them in. So lawnmower, leaf blower, hedge trimmer, I just plug them in. So if we could add that battery or electric powered leaf blowers, that would be ideal. They're both great for the environment. They don't emit any gas. And then also, I'd like to note that we should require there's sound muffling equipment that comes with these that we could encourage people to use as well. And then in the ordinance, reading it, in terms of enforcement, I mean, code enforcement is really responsive to complaints. So it's complaint-driven basis. So I'd like to just note that tonight. It doesn't need to be in there because that's just how our code enforcement operates. But I want to note that for people because we're not going to go around policing people every time they're out there in their yard throughout town or hiring new people to do that. So yeah, but I think it looks good otherwise. And I'm very supportive of like my colleagues to go for this citywide.
Laura,
Thank you.
there is the provision for use of mufflers and blower.
Oh,
too.
good.
Yeah.
Where do you see that?
Yeah, I missed it too. 8.50.8080. It's on
Page
7A-9.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
See?
I applaud staff because I
Okay,
think they
very good.
they
Thank
did
you
a
for
good
bringing it
job
up.
with the sound rating certification and all of that. So I would reiterate to council then on page 8, we would get rid of the sunset clause. Take that out. And the 040 under that, that it applies to residential and mixed use districts west of Interstate 5. I guess that would be changed to it applies to the entire city of San Clemente. I don't know how that would, what wording would they put in?
Mayor, when you're ready to go, I've had a little
help
time
me.
while you're talking to
Please.
comb those changes through. Would you indulge me?
Yeah, I would
You
like
have to have the actual text before you to introduce an ordinance. So thanks for that opportunity. And we'll just have to go kind of paragraph by paragraph where those changes are triggered. The first opportunity is in the ordinance title that includes the text west of Interstate 5 as a 1-year pilot program. Those words would be deleted, as I understand the proposed changes. When you get to the recitals, the third whereas has that same language in it on the end of the third line. I'm on page 7A-4.
Just back on the title.
Yeah.
I'm glad that Laura made the point because I also use a plug-in blower.
Extension cord.
Yeah, but it has its own cord. Yeah.
Oh.
So
Yeah. So can I had a chance to look at that too. And if I could, thanks, Chris, or council member, let me,
is it enough to say electric leaf blower?
well, it's in the plug-in part, Councilmember Ferguson, is included in the definition of battery leaf blower, which is counterintuitive, right? And so I think we do have to come up with another name for that thing, a better noun that's not so confusing. So Councilmember Duncan, what did you just propose?
Electric leaf blower.
Electric leaf blower, or electric powered leaf.
So to your point, Scott, I totally understand. So rather than on page 8 of the definitions for A, rather than calling it a battery leaf blower, call it an electric leaf blower. And then that definition fulfills the need of
Right.
both a leaf blower powered by electricity or supplied by batteries. And then you change the title to electric leaf blowers in the
I think
recitals.
Yeah,
that
electric or
works.
battery powered.
Maybe
in the
both,
definition.
because
It
when you
needs to be
come,
both.
I'm trying to find, what page are you on, Eric?
7A-8. And it's 060 definitions A.
Yeah, so sorry. If you look to the right of that on -9, there are places where we're talking, I think 080A might be talking about just battery leaf blowers. You see that?
Oh, yes.
Right.
So now we get. So perhaps under the definition, A could say battery leaf blower or electric leaf blower. And I think that takes care of it.
Leaf blower models. Yeah, I think that's good.
I'm just wondering, I'm thinking out loud. Maybe we do punt this until October.
Maybe.
To get the verbiage right the first time, doing it from the dais is fraught with all sorts of risks. I'd rather have something solid, not first week of October, no, the next, the
Well-
first week, the
And you've
first
got
meeting in
Amber's extra
September.
language too that needs to go in, so.
Right, the first meeting in September. This is simple stuff, but doing it from the dais. it might
We
not
have
be-
to, we would have to renotice, and I believe that's why staff said it would
30
take
days.
longer, and we could just, we
You
have
could
a
just
public
continue
hearing.
this
We
item.
We
should-
can, we
that
can,
date.
I mean, we can,
It would be, they need to October.
Mayor, I think
for
you
that.
could just continue this item to that date without renoticing it. And then we could bring back this little snag about what's wire and what's battery and which of those specifications apply to which. I think we need to check. I agree. We ought to check that out with Adam, research it, and then get you something. We don't on second reading want to come back and say, oops,
We need to
on
add.
second thought, we had some afterthoughts. Is that,
So.
we're good either way though.
Would any council member like to make a motion to continue this to the next meeting?
And I believe
our
Mayor
comments.
Ward, you would close the public hearing today. Is that correct?
We could do that.
Yes, thank you. We already had the comments, so I didn't close it, so I'll close that now. Thank you.
I'll make the motion. Do we still need that motion? Yeah, the
Yes,
motion
to
to continue it to the September 7th meeting. Second.
Subject to all of council's comments.
We'll bring back a draft with those revisions. Those are really clear to us. Just writing them out, I think will help us and
And
help you.
that will be a public hearing as well. but-
Right. but
There'll be a chance to comment on it publicly, but it won't be a hearing on the code amendment.
And if I could say one last thing, I'm going to say this to Mr. Konigshofer. Your father, Ken, came to me a year and a half ago pushing this. He's the one that opened my eyes to it. I got the note, I got the email from him today that he's ill, and I wish him nothing but the best.
Okay, Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Okay. Good discussion.
The next item is report from the Community Development Director concerning possible initiation of a general plan amendment for the removal of the Los Patrones Parkway from the roadway system map. I have a speaker card from Amanda Kitania, but I think she left.
I don't see her. So I'll go ahead and close there's no public comments for that. So I will tell, I'll hit it. It's closed. Thank you. I will tell council, I'll just give an update that I think that this item should be continued. I'm very disappointed that we don't have a cooperative agreement by this date. We're close on it and we're working with all the other stakeholders on it. But there's no benefit or reason, I think, to remove Los Patrones from the general plan tonight to initiate it. Yeah, I'll make the motion, barring any more comments from anyone.
I just have a comment. Thanks, Mayor Ward, that I did write the city manager. I didn't hear back though, but this agenda report, just to have more analysis for the public and council as to what this means, why we're doing this, and what we have to gain as a city, what we have to lose, just some analysis so that we, can weigh that before we make a decision on the change. So if you can take care of that, that would be helpful.
I would seek council direction if you want staff to do analysis on this. We would have to talk to our partnering agencies
Mhm.
to understand that. And I think some of the questions won't have answers at this point due to the fact that the EIR has not been completed to design the LPPE, which I think is the concern that the city has raised since day one, that they want to ensure the design complements an arterial solution. And so if the staff, if the council wants to give staff direction, we can do our best to do analysis. But again, I don't know if I can get all the answers that may be wanted.
Perhaps get what you can, because it's very
Again,
light.
I'm at the
doesn't
will
have
of the
any
council. So if the
analysis.
council wants to give direction, that's fine.
And then secondly, I have a question that, if I may, before I get off my train of thought. In here, it says this removal, if we do remove it next time, it says additional hearings or environmental studies are necessary. Additional time will be needed to request funds, select a consultant, and complete that work. But we didn't do that back in, I think it was February. when we added it. So why would we do this to remove?
I think what the staff report is referring to is the Rancho Mission Viejo's process to fund an EIR with the county to design the LPPE.
Redesign without it?
There is
Without our
no
approval.
design existing today
No
for
design.
LPPE.
And, okay, so this isn't, these aren't city funds.
Negative.
So this, okay, if we can clarify that too, when it comes back, I think be helpful, but, does council support that, having a little more analysis, what this means? If you read it, a member of the public that has no, hasn't been very involved, it doesn't say what it means. What are the
So-
consequences of doing this as a body?
Would you consider, I mean, I don't think there's an analysis either, but this has been continued back from several council meetings. We've done it. So maybe there's some original staff report,
Yeah.
just to include it.
What I can find is
I
from the
can't remember.
county or the OCTA, if there's any staff report that was done relative to the monies that were funded through OCTA to the county and RMV to do the EIR study, we can bring that back as an attachment to the report.
Yeah, I like that idea, Mayor Ward, because, time has passed, and if we could layer that with the
Just
background, that'd
something-
be helpful.
No
Whatever
problem.
refers back to,
Yep.
the
That's an
fact,
easy ask.
yeah, easy, like, on this date, you put this in the general plan, and we all know why, we've been agendizing this. And it's just too bad that it's, we're not,
Well,
we're not done with
it's
it.
an integral part of a very complicated, multifaceted project, so that
Mhm.
additional data would be helpful.
Yeah, it
I
would
have no
be.
problem with
It would
continuing this
be.
to another.
And does it still
another time.
happen?
So-
Even if we do this? Do they
Then-
just go forward without our input,
I'm just gonna say that, ask that we table this
I like that. I'll second that.
for now. Okay.
For a time certain or just table it?
Scott, do you have any info on the time certain?
No, it doesn't have. It's been noticed though, hasn't it, as a potential?
I'll second your
Zone
motion to
change, so-
table.
No, it's an initiation. It's not a public hearing, so it just needs to be put on the agenda. It does not need to have a public notice or a public hearing.
And I would probably defer a little bit to the toll road subcommittee because obviously the city is in agreement with Rancho Mission Viejo and the county on the design of the LPP, which hasn't initiated yet. But at some point during that process, that might be something that the subcommittee wants to then go ahead and recommend that it be brought back for discussion.
I think if,
Go ahead, please.
if we get any news,
You can
that
always bring it back.
That's
You
correct.
can
we will
agendize
agendize it
anytime.
immediately.
So
Perfect.
I'll second your motion to table it. for now.
Table it.
And-
Oh, I
and-
already
and I
did
don't
that.
think,
All
I
right,
already
Laura's
seconded
gonna
it.
take that
Sorry.
second.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
and I don't think we should. I don't think we should vote on it. Well, we can vote on this tonight, but vote on any approval. Let's be very clear, vote on any type of approval without having a full understanding of what that design is going to be.
Completely agree. Completely agree.
Okay, so we have a motion by the mayor and a second by Councilmember Ferguson.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Next item is report from the city manager and Beaches Parks and Recreation Director concerning the possibility of amending the code of the city of San Clemente as it relates to special event permits, amplified sound, and excessive noise in public places.
So I'll give a brief introduction. This was discussed some time ago with the city council. As the city attorney had echoed earlier on that we had some constitutionality flaws within our existing SEP, special event ordinance. And so the city attorney has been working with both Samantha Wiley, our Beaches Park and Recreation Director, as well as Adam Atamian from a code compliance standpoint. And so you have before you tonight the final version of that. I will turn it over to Samantha to give a brief overview. And then also we have City Attorney Scott Smith, who may want to say a few words.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Samantha Wiley, Beaches Parks and Recreation Director. As City Manager Sun has briefed you, This is coming back for another review by the council. There are some modifications based on the council feedback that we received and some updates to that. I believe City Attorney Smith can speak to some of the expressive activities that are mentioned. BBK worked diligently on helping kind of give some options for the council to review as we move forward. The goal here is to take our SCP process, which is active and always leaned upon, to give staff better direction on how we should be permitting these activities. And I think one of the principal goals with any SCP is really cost recovery, both on staff time and any kind of hard costs that may be incurred, whether that's increased janitorial costs or public works overtime costs, a call out with park ranger support, whatever those items may be, that there is cost recovery for a commercial event that's occurring in particular. And then again, I'm going to lean into City Attorney Smith on the expressive activity. So I'm happy to take any questions if there are any. I know one of the asks previously was regarding fees, and that they are loosely put into the staff report based on established fees. I do want to mention to the council that the Beaches, Parks and Recreation Department is working on a fee study and analysis of all of our fees to kind of redo those and look at them again. They have not come back to this council since 2014. So we've got some fees that have been around for a long time that do need to be updated. So what you're seeing tonight is as it stands today. And we will, of course, before any new fees are implemented, that will come back for the council for approval.
Okay. Would you like to give any update, or, I mean, the council may not need it, we read it. I think, I thank you for your work on it, because I know you went diligently through the expressive activity, because that was a concern of some of the council. I don't have any questions on it. I understand that the fees aren't part of this. That's something that's going to come back.
I guess I do have one question.
Go ahead.
Was block party permits, was that ever in the code previously?
There is a separate, well, I'll let Samantha speak to it. There is a separate process for block permits. And actually, I may be incorrect. It might be under Adam Atamian's watch.
Those are under BPR, actually. They've always existed. We do issue them. They do have a separate fee, very similar to the SCP process. It's the same application, but just some looser parameters for that resident, and with street closures and things like that. It's not nearly as costly as a large special event permit, say like closing down Avenida Del Mar. That's quite a bit more expensive than a block party.
And so what's the parameters there? What does that look like? Someone's closing down a cul-de-sac, someone's closing down a street. How does that work? And from a safety perspective, a risk management perspective, how does that work?
Sure, those are great questions. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So typically block parties, there's only a few of them, I'll be honest with you. In all my many years of doing this, there's kind of our regular block party residents in the downtown area that have their annual block party events. It does require 100% of the residents that are impacted to sign off on basically a sheet that needs to get submitted to the VPR department as part of their application. Any residents who are not comfortable with the street closure, we've never had that happen, but we would deny the request for a block party permit because you are closing the street. I think that's the biggest factor. Again, we've not had that in our history, but that would be the scenario that we would go down. And then from risk and liability, we do require insurance coverage. It's our standard insurance. It is in the ordinance. It's $1 million. With $5,000 on top of that, so the aggregate. So that's standard. I will say with larger events related to risk, again, this is something like Ocean Festival, the Fiesta, the Carnival, activities like that have inherent larger or greater risk, that minimum does increase. But again, these agencies or these groups like Ocean Fest, the nonprofits that are hosting these, they understand that. because they're doing really a much riskier activities. So that is reviewed as part of our review process in general. So the council's aware, any SCP we receive in the application process, it does go through every department. We intake an application, it's 100% online. We transitioned to that over COVID, and it's an automatic release to every department in the city, including OCSD. And when there is a need for fire, we include OCFA as well as the health department and the ABC if there's a request for alcohol. So it is very much a multi-agency review. And takes a high level of look at that. And then there's a draft permit that's released. We get feedback from all those departments on any concerns, and risk is included in that. So if our risk manager feels that it's a riskier activity based on potential feedback from the JPIA, they would change that insurance requirement as well.
I'm going to get in the weeds and probably ask something that's close to a ridiculous question, but I'm going to go back to block
Nice
park.
preface.
Go back to block park. Can someone carry open containers and alcohol into the street at their block party?
It's a good question. I believe it's supposed to stay on the sidewalk and in their driveways. We don't allow necessarily for large structures to be even set up in the street. We do have a requirement for 20 feet clearance to allow for an emergency vehicle to get through that street. So it kind of limits what you're really going to allow on your street. If you think about a bounce house, it's going to be difficult to run a series of bounce houses across the street because we do have to have ambulance or fire access all the way up the street, and that doesn't change. You know, I'd have to look closer. I don't know, Scott, if you recall that. I'd have to look back at a permit from the 4th of July. I think we don't allow alcohol within the streets. It needs to stay on private property.
I think that's been case by case, but yeah, that's your fallback rule.
Okay, I'm comfortable with the ordinance.
You need to provide direction on the expressive activity. Is that the one part of?
Yeah, it's the highlight. Thank you, Councilmember Duncan. The highlighted portion on 8B-57 needs you to decide what to do with this expressive activity. And just to summarize quickly, option 1 exempts all expressive activity from the permit requirements. By just deleting that section, you'd require a permit for all expressive activity like you do any gathering. And then option 2 is a little bit of a hybrid. It exempts expressive activity in traditional public forums, i.e. sidewalks, streets, and parks.
So, I mean, the idea here is, in my understanding, is expressive activity is activity that's going to receive some kind of scrutiny from the court if a city or any government tries to limit it. So the scrutiny level is different if it's in a public place versus if it's in a private place. So if it's in a public place, public forum, then it should be generally essentially allowed. I guess what I'm saying is I would go with that middle ground because the city streets, sidewalks, and parks are public forums. So we should not be restricting expressive activity there unless we want lawsuits.
Wait,
what
I'm
I
not
mean?
understanding because option 1 is any expressive activity. Option 2 is any activity on a city street, sidewalk, or park. And you said you were for option 2.
Yes.
Okay.
Because
because it's in the public.
Because if it's in the public, we we should not be essentially trying to limit expressive activity in the public forum.
Exactly.
That's where I'm confused because you're saying trying to limit it. And I take this as it is limiting it if we pick option 2.
Mayor and Council, if I could, option 2 exempts expressive activity just on streets, sidewalks, and parks, not all public property. So if you wanted to hold a demonstration in the parking lot at City Hall, option 2 would require you to get a permit because it's not a street, park, or sidewalk.
So let me talk about why we would want to do that. And
Yeah.
it was very carefully on page 4 that they went through that.
Yeah.
Say someone wants to do something, we just had it in our park. They showed up. One of the organizers, I said, why didn't you pull a permit? A permit lets every staff member, the police, fire, all of our staff know that something's happening there. They can check it against any other permit. There might have been another group that was using that, and it was a Friday night. Normally it's full of kids playing. No one could use the park at that time.
Sure.
They should have had a permit to note. They said, well, this wasn't really that. In years past, we always had a permit to let us know that they were going to be there. And it's always so when police or fire get like a call, they know who's there because they're aware of the event. It's not so much that we're charging them and all of that. It's just a fact of reporting who you are. They tried to do it kind of under the radar and said, well, I wrote to your Captain Benfield. And that's when I said, why didn't you just pull a permit? That's how our staff gets notified.
Yeah.
And they didn't think it applied. I think it does, because you have to weigh the uses of everyone wanting to use that spot. And we're kind of getting, because of COVID and all that, we're kind of getting some things that are getting lax. And it's our public space. And someone that's going to use a
think the-
park should kind of say who they
Yeah,
are.
I think Chris is right about his comments about public space. There should be less restriction. I've had some experience with expressive communications in our outlets around the country in various states. I've spent a lot of time researching it. And the more public you are, the more free you are to say whatever you want to say, generally speaking.
Well, I think
It sounds like you're leaning toward option 3 on that, though, Chris.
Which then would not give us any input
Yeah,
of
no,
who's there.
I was going with option 2 because in a public forum, if you have any restriction, you're going to get strict scrutiny. That's more
Right.
clearly.
We're not
what
gonna, it's
Right.
not,
So
it's-
what
how is it a restriction to get a permit?
Well, what it does is it opens the door for some kind of favoritism based on whatever the expressive activity is going to be. Now, I'm not saying there is favoritism. I'm saying it opens the door for a lawsuit, and they're going to look at every single layer of review that the city
But
did.
the's case
You said no
study if you
because you
look
know
at
what I was
page
gonna
4.
say.
There's
It's
Yeah,
case
yeah,
an issue.
I mean,
law
I'm
on
not
this.
saying they're going to prevail. I'm not
Yeah.
saying we can't defend it. I'm saying you're opening the door to all of that.
Exactly.
That's all I'm saying.
It's the
So
First Amendment, classic First Amendment
it's-
argument. And
we got sued all the time at CBP for that because we were like, what are you talking about? A port is not a public forum. The court said, yeah, it is. So we were spending all this time defending ourselves from trying to keep people taking photographs.
the courts
I
go
just
even
think-
farther than that, Chris. They say if you have a private property that you allow the public to come on, we're going to deem it equivalent to public.
Public
So
forum.
it's a
So
lot of
that's
case law
all,
on
that's
that.
all it is, Mayor Ward.
Or an outlet is private property, right?
Well,
Is
even
it
if it's
not?
private property, but the public's allowed to come in, the court deems that you've made a
No, I
public
get that.
space and therefore you
Right.
can't restrict.
But
expressive
here we
activity.
are, we're a city, we try to make room for everyone to use our parks and events. People reserve our parks. What if someone had a reserve for a park and then someone came in with an expressive activity and said, we don't care that you reserve that park, we're using it. I mean, what they did at the community center, they put out sleeping bags over 1/4 of the lawn. No one could use it. But they didn't have a permit to be there. We didn't know who they were. We didn't even know who to contact.
You can still
That's
have a
what I
permit.
don't
No, you
like
can still
about
have
it.
a permit
It is
you're
kind
not
of a
prohibited
permit
from
as
restricting.
part of notification, and I think Samantha, isn't like a minimal fee just for kind of administratively telling us, that you're going to be there and who you are, who the contact person is, so that we know who to contact, especially if the sheriff needs some information. We have that because there's a permit. And we've been doing it for years. That's why they went through and got this expressive activity in here so that we would be within the law and not limiting people. I think the case law is here. We're able to charge a permit for this. It's not going to be something extensive. Someone just coming
No,
but if
it's
they're
not.
going to overtake a park,
It's not about the administrative burden. It's that they can pick apart the whole process and try to establish that certain expressive activities were more favored perhaps than others for these public locations. And maybe, I mean, maybe I'm overthinking it, but I've just seen tons of litigation about that. And I just worry that we're opening the door if we try to limit expressive activity in public forums. And I don't think it's been a massive problem. I mean, I'm not saying that.
No, there's been a problem over the last year, I would say.
Yeah,
though.
also
Scott,
ano-
can you opine on that? Just real quick, what he said and then.
Yeah,
Councilmember
thanks, Mayor
Noble.
and Council. That this ordinance, that what has been referred to is an ordinance that either on its face or in its application has been applied in a way that is not content neutral. So we have to be able to show on the face of this that it's content neutral, and then who's ever using it at the staff level also has to be diligent about that. And this ordinance, I based on the first draft and the input we got from you, has been written to bring out, I hope, any possibility that it would be applied in a discriminatory fashion. With that said, to agree with your two lawyer council members, courts will apply strict scrutiny to that when you're in a street, sidewalk, or park. And so that's why the hybrid, regardless of how I feel about it and how certain we are that we've made it really clear, really objective, and not subject to hardly any discretion at the counter, there is that strict scrutiny hurdle that's a tough defense to make when you're on streets, sidewalks, or parks. On other city property, we're not going to be subject to strict scrutiny. And so that's why I'm comfortable that option 2, because it makes that distinction, is defensible and really unlikely to draw a challenge, although we've all seen them on other properties. But that's why you have kind of 3 degrees there. If you wanted, by the way, subsection C is an exemption, right? So if you delete C, that means that that all expressive activity needs a permit. If you delete A, it means that all expressive activity is subject to a permit. Option 2 makes expressive activity in traditional public forums exempt from your ordinance. Because any challenge about anybody wanting to use that property would have the benefit of a strict scrutiny test against us, which is a tough one to defend. I agree with that. So I didn't mean to mince the answer. I'll say that challenges are very hard to defend if somebody wants to use street, sidewalks, or parks.
And just let me say, if I could, Mayor Ward, I don't complicate it anymore, but another interesting issue is enforcement. What happens when a permit's not obtained or there's a violation? I've had situations in other states where the police have said your standard may be good and legal, and your requirements may be good and legal, but this is expressive discussion, and we're not going to charge trespass or even enforce the law. They've simply said, we're not doing it because our city attorney, or in those particular cities, says that there's some federal law that says we can't
The
restrict expressive.
Constitution kind of trumps everything. Yeah.
So we may have an enforcement issue that our sheriff's department may someday have to look at, but and I don't want to extra overcomplicate. I think the concept is reasonable.
And you see that a lot in labor issues. Where the police
Exactly.
Won't even intervene.
Exactly.
Well, I don't know if we've ever actually intervened, but I think when someone doesn't pull a permit, we encourage them. We go out and we talk to them, and then we encourage them that if you do this again, please pull a permit so we know who you are. That's what I remember. I don't remember going after anyone.
Just fine.
Yeah, we never go after them.
It's our code enforcement policy is that of first, we want to educate and seek compliance before we begin enforcement proceedings. And so that philosophy stands true for anything that we come across. We want to educate and seek compliance going forward.
Right. And so until something is an unlawful assembly because they're doing something, I don't think the sheriff has ever gone in and said, you can't be here, ever. Even when someone didn't have a permit. But what we have now that's happening is people aren't pulling them like we have in the past. And I think COVID and just different, we've just kind of getting relaxed, and it's going to be a creative thing to, try to get everyone back to
Well,
normal.
we had stopped to that point during the pandemic. We had stopped issuing SCPs for two reasons. One, not to promote large gatherings, and two, we had issues with our SCP. So that pandemic gave us time to kind of go back to the drawing boards and determine what would be the most appropriate SCP ordinance to bring back to council.
Well, I think, this has come back to us the second time, and we already gave our input. So I'm for it, but I'm interested to see what council says. I think we need to fix our ordinance. And expressive activity needs to be put in there because it wasn't in there before.
This is
We're
the
we're
third time tonight, actually, the third time.
But
had this on the
we've,
agenda.
that's why, with legal counsel, they've worked on this, to put that in because we didn't have it. But all of these permits that we have, they're all part of our current code, and we do it now. When you look at sound amplification, block party, banner hanging, all of that's, we already have it.
Well, you're
It's just
saying,
clarifying expressive activity pretty much and where it would happen. I'm still kind of confused on option 1, 2, and 3 though, Scott. The way Councilmember Duncan has said it and you have said it.
Can
I'm
I,
not
can I
reading
try
it.
one more time?
Yeah.
This is about exemptions to
Okay.
the permitting requirement.
Okay.
So option 1 exempts all expressive activity,
Right.
no matter where.
Okay.
so you
option-
don't want that.
No, because that would
Okay.
be,
All right.
then
Just
No.
that's
make that point.
discriminatory.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
I'm hearing the mayor support option 3, which is to make the ordinance apply to all gatherings, regardless of whether they involve expressive activity. And option number 2 exempts expressive activity on streets, sidewalks, and parks.
So how would, okay, so this past year, we've had several major demonstrations. You had the Black Lives Matter one, which ended up being pretty much a fizzle. You had the huge, I don't know whether it was huge, but you had the large Trump rally
400 something.
at the beach.
Right.
I think the promoters said 1,000. I think it was more like, 200 or 300. I'm concerned about the cost associated with these unauthorized demonstrations, and particularly as it relates to what we pay OCSD. So are we going to, if we have a permitting process like this, like the Trump rally, well, that wasn't put together by President Trump's campaign, that was put together by some other guy. Would we be able to recover our law enforcement and security costs if we had a permit process?
Mayor and council, is that okay, Eric? If I
Absolutely.
respond to that. What we did here is followed what you did with your appeals fee, which is to take every reference to specific fees and cost recovery out of the ordinance and to have you set that by ordinance.
No, I get it.
With this trailer, that if you'll look at the first page of the agenda report, 8B-1, those are the only fees on the books right now that apply to special events. And it was hard for Sam to kind of scour and find those. Sometimes a permit condition will require security or traffic control, and sometimes they'll require additional waste disposal. But those are permit conditions. In terms of cost recovery for law enforcement, that's not obviously built into this minimal fee schedule, and it's not something that's levied on a case by case. The council will have the ability to do that if you want, when we bring back the fee resolution that would go with this. You can charge people based on objective standards for the number of participants and the nature of the activity they have planned. You can't charge people for protecting them from others. In a nutshell.
So then you have something, so the Trump rally, we knew who put that together. But the Black Lives Matter thing, that was a loose group I mean, how would you ever compel just a rent-a-mob of 300 or 400 people who showed up at the train platform? How would you ever create a requirement for them to have a permit?
So I'll speak to that. And I know maybe Captain Benfield may want to opine as well. So when we get wind of some type of event that isn't permitted, regardless of what the event is, because it doesn't matter to the city what the event is, we both collectively, the city and OCSD, try to reach out to the potential organizers of those events to truly understand, what are you trying to accomplish? What do you want to do? Where do you want to do it? To understand the logistics. And obviously part of that process, when we had an SCP in effect that we were administering, if we determined that it was eligible for an SCP, we would say that you need to obtain a permit in order to do this event. However, with that said, there are, like the reference that you gave of an applicant or of a potential organizer who is loosely organized and doesn't. I think the short of that is that then we would do the same type of communication in hopes that they would organize and step forward and be a professional partner with the city. However, if they didn't, then obviously it becomes more of an enforcement approach with the event, be it a joint enforcement with OCSD and code enforcement, ultimately with the possibility of citing them because they did not receive a permit for the event. So that would be the alternative to that.
Thank you.
Okay, does anyone want to entertain a motion? An idea of what
I'll move, let's see, do I have to,
I'm looking for?
I guess, I will move to introduce ordinance number 1717, entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending San Clemente Municipal Code chapters 8.72 and 12.34 relating to special event permits, and sections 8.48.080 and 8.48.090C. Why did I agree to read this?
Yeah.
Relating to amplified sound and excessive noise in public places, renumbering the municipal code accordingly, and finding the ordinance exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And I would add the direction to go with option 2 in the expressive activity exemption provision on 8B.57. Thank you.
I would like to make a substitute motion of the same, but for option
Wait, do I
3,
need a
which
second first?
delete section C, where all events need a permit. And is there a second to the first motion? I'm not hearing a second. Is there a second to the substitute motion?
Yeah.
Deleting subsection C meant any activity requires.
I
a
lost
permit.
that. What page is that?
Page 57, where it's highlighted.
Yeah, that's right.
It is confusing. You have to look at it.
One sec.
The first motion was for option 2. There you go. Activity on any city street, sidewalk, or park. So it'd be the beach is a park.
So you're saying you would go with delete the option
Delete it.
3, so delete, so there,
All,
every
event
activity,
needs a
doesn't make
permit.
expressive or not, needs a permit.
yes,
That's what Mayor Ward's proposing.
right.
I'm
And it's just a
proposing
permit.
you get an exemption if you are trying to do expressive activity in these public places,
Right.
but you still need one in other places. So that's the difference.
I don't know what the other places would be on
And-
private property.
And Chris, what do you see the advantage there?
I see the advantage of option 2 is it brings us in line with constitutional law, because constitutional law is going to apply strict scrutiny. The courts are going to apply strict scrutiny to that limitation. So the moment we try to require someone to get a permit for expressive activity in these public places, we're opening ourselves up to a challenge on constitutional basis and the legal fees that go along with that. The downside is, like Mayor Ward said, that means people can do upstart things in parks and beaches, and
No permit.
they don't need to get a permit ahead of time.
So no notice. Mostly my thing is notice. More than,
Yeah.
we're trying to charge a permit for it.
There's
People
pl-
should tell us who they are when they want to come in our city and organize and invite thousands of people to come. They should tell us who they are. That's all that is.
That's where I stand.
So that's
So you're gonna second.
the
Mayor Ward.
substitute.
Yeah, I'll second Mayor Ward.
Okay.
And there was no second to my motion, so we'll just vote on the substitute.
That's right.
Okay. Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Free speech should be free. Free speech should be free and unpermitted regardless of size. I'm a no.
Councilmember Noblock,
Of the options given between Chris and Kathy, I think Chris is the stronger, more protectable position. But because of the other things, I can support part of this with the sound application, banner permits, and restroom fees, and so forth. But the meetings, permits for public gatherings and speech, I'm gonna have to vote no on the ordinance overall.
So it's not going to pass. Can we procedurally, can we go back to this?
We can, but can I ask one question? When we do free speech, and people want to, talk, they normally on Sundays, there's a whole entire free speech area. And anytime we have an event, say like the Ocean Festival, the whole part there by the train and walking to the pier, that's all free speech. We do it when we have any major event, we have a free speech area. So we're not trying to limit it. We're just trying to get notice of who's coming and who they are and who we call. So that's kind of that's where I'm coming from. It's not to try to limit any expressive activity. It's just to get notice that they're coming. So, no, so you'll still maintain that?
Complete the vote, or is this a discussion?
No, I'm asking if you'll consider that.
We haven't completed the vote.
We have
Yeah.
to complete the vote. That's the
Okay,
proper
so,
protocol.
aye.
okay, so
All right.
Councilmember Noblock, you voted no.
Correct.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem James
Aye.
and Mayor Ward
Aye.
carries 3-2.
Yeah, I voted yes for it. So
Okay.
I don't know what was going on.
Okay, sorry, that's my fault.
You know what? As soon as they start talking, I turned around. And saw that. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, staff.
Next item is report from the city manager concerning the American Rescue Plan.
Oh, one second, Madam Mayor. It's 9:35. Can we take a 7-8 minute break? And also, when we come back, can we talk about paring down a couple of items and punting them until our September 7th meeting?
We can do that. So let's take the break first.
Yeah.
10 minutes
Okay.
only. Good idea. Yes, James. All right, we're back from our break. And I want the council to vote on considering, because of the lateness of the hour, not taking up item 9B, initiation of amendments for the West Pico corridor. 9E, outdoor dining update. 9F, consideration of authorizing night surfing at the pier. And 9H, consideration, excuse me, of waiving rent for the current T Street.
What was that
So-
last item?
The last one?
The last one you mentioned?
H,
H
as in
hospital?
Harry.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Okay, next item is item C. That's the report from the city manager concerning the American Rescue Plan Act and funding.
I will be brief and concise, Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight before you, you have a recommendation for the funding plan as it relates to the American Rescue Plan, or more commonly referred to as ARP. The city stands to receive upwards of $7.5 million over a 2-year period. The primary principles of use as it relates to it, the funding objectives, is to support urgent COVID-19 response efforts, replace lost public sector revenue, support immediate economic stabilization, and address systemic public health and economic challenges. If you refer to the last page of your report, the chart is really the easy go-to in terms of how we are recommending dispersal of those monies. And so I'll go through each of the categories briefly. First, we're looking to allocate $108,000 to social services grants. That would be over a 2-year period. So we would offer up $54,000, which is what historically we have provided for social services grants. And then we would do the same allocation in the next year. It's important to note that what we would be doing is all of those applicants, if you will, would have to reapply because we have to cover our federal requirements as it relates to that. What I'm recommending is that we don't have a screening process. As long as you meet the requirements of the federal dollars and you submit a grant, you get the money. And once the money's out, there's no more money to be allocated until the next year's cycle for those grants. And so the council wanted to talk about that, we can. Going to the next item, we're allocating $50,000 for utilities assistance. That would be something that we would utilize internally through our utility billing program. Number 3, we have business assistance with the Avenida Victoria sidewalk widening. If you remember, council gave us direction. And as part of our budget this year, we added a CIP program to extend the sidewalk at the Pier Bowl, Galette's, Katarina's, Pierside. And so these dollars would allow for that project to be funded without general fund dollars to do that project. And then we also, as you recall, we went into the budget with a certain amount of vacant positions. 3 of those positions would be able to be funded and started again. Those 3 positions are one in Public Works to catch up on the capital improvement backlog. One is in BPR that would be assisting with special event permits and other issues. And then the third one would be within the Community Development Department as it relates to our permitting program. Next category is $2 million for the council chambers. That will be coming back to you before the end of this calendar year with a recommendation to award to a contractor. This council chamber program or plan is in response to our old previous council chambers not being able to be facilitated with social distancing. So that would also alleviate general fund responsibilities. And the next one is capital projects. We've identified 2 capital projects that have been deferred. One is the lighting at Steed Park. As I've made comments in my briefings, Steed Park has become a significantly popular venue for softball tournaments. And so we're seeing a lot of outdoor activities. By doing this light project, it would improve the lighting there as well as the electric bill, obviously with LED components. And so that would also enhance our revenue as it relates to Steed Park. And two, we would be replastering our pools, something that we've deferred for quite some time. And again, would be alleviating general fund obligations and promoting outdoor healthy lifestyles. Then we have other disaster relief funding. We've allocated $310,000 for additional COVID-related expenditures. And then more importantly, for the future allocation of fiscal year 2023, we would be setting aside $1.6 million. And I gave a little bit of a teaser earlier in the council meeting. We'd be coming back in our long-term financial plan and talking to you about the allocation of the 1.6 for the next fiscal year. So, you know, if there were special wants by the council as part of the LTFP process, we would be able to deliberate and seek direction from the council on that. I want to commend my finance team. Jake's on vacation this week, but we went through a lot of review of this. The one thing that we were most cognizant of is doing things that would be risk aversion or aversion of risk as it relates to the audits. We wanted to make sure that we had clean nexuses for the projects or the funding allocations that we selected that were completely complementary to the federal guidelines. And so I commend my finance staff because we did a very clean job of really not putting anything in there that's gray, but very clear that it would be covered by the federal grant monies. I'll end my report and stand ready to answer any council questions or direction.
Go ahead, Councilmember Noblock.
Just a quick question on the Steed Park lighting. Is that for the skate component or just for the fields?
Just for the
Just for the
softball
fields,
field,
okay.
sir.
Also, just a comment, it looks like on a couple of these categories, Eric, we might find some leaf blower nexus there with the quality of life issues with the social service grants and business assistance, perhaps.
Absolutely agree. And I also did find out in between that there is a program with AQMD for rebates on leaf blowers. So when we bring the leaf blower ordinance back to you, we'll include some information on the AQMD grant as well.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
I believe on those AQMD, they take your gas leaf blower and then give you the money or, you know, whatever voucher for an electric one.
I haven't had a chance to review it, but I have a feeling that's something what the program would offer.
Yeah.
They take the leaf blower and sell it to the people in Los Angeles.
No, LA doesn't allow it, believe it or not.
So, Madam Mayor, I have a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
Social service grants, it's a small amount, but, you know, I'm a big believer on if a nonprofit needs some sort of government stipend year after year, it's not a viable nonprofit. And I would like to see some sort of guidelines, rules on how on where that money goes. Some criteria. That's the word I was actually looking for. But I think in the past there are nonprofits that have received that money year over year, and I'd like to see that practice come to an end.
If I may
Understood.
interject, Mayor Pro Tem James, I sit on the committee each year to go through all the applications we receive from the various organizations. And community development does require that they do provide a status report, email it to them. I think it's Janet that accepts those each month and lets them know what they're doing with the money so that we know that it's being spent appropriately. So
that wasn't my point. Is if an entity requires a shot in the arm year after year from a government grant, it's not a viable nonprofit. It
So
should be out fundraising.
let me add to that. I think what I heard the city manager say is that first come, first serve.
Mhm.
Whoever comes in and gets their application in, gets it. I don't know that it should be that way. I'm more interested in what we did in this last year, the ones that really helped with COVID and what we've got ongoing are the ones that we fund for now.
And to your point, Mayor, one of the requirements of the application process is that these dollars have a nexus to COVID. So that will be part of the application process. So it's not necessarily the same parameters as the social services grant. It will be specific regarding COVID. And that will be something because we'll be audited eventually. We'll want that documentation to support how that money was expended.
Oh,
Thank you.
critical,
I was
just
thinking
like
about the
wellness
original.
prevention.
Absolutely.
Wellness
Or
prevention, for instance.
I bought,
with
you know,
children.
2,000 masks for my nonprofit group or
Right.
something like that.
'Cause
Absolutely.
we saw a lot of
So we'll have
issues with that.
this plus the traditional grant that we've given. Is that right?
So this year, we did not fund, general fund dollars did not fund the traditional grant cycle. It was deferred because we were wanting to ensure our budget was balanced and to protect general fund monies. I can't speak for next fiscal year's budget because it's a little bit preliminary or premature. But if general fund monies are available in future budget cycles, we would bring it back to the city. What I would say is since we're getting front loaded for the next 2 years, that it would be my intention that we don't fund this until general fund dollars until 2024. So
Great.
the next 2 years would be federal dollars, and then we would ease back into the general fund supplement.
And then my final question is on council chambers. So this is $2 million coming out of this bucket of money, but that doesn't cover the entire council chambers. Is that correct?
This will cover the entire council chambers construction.
Okay. I have no further questions.
So to follow up on my question, I didn't get totally to the answer. On the social service grants, they have to reapply.
Yes.
Is that going to go to our new Human Affairs Committee?
No, there's no discretion with the federal dollars. There's just requirements that they need to meet. So the application process will cover all of the requirements of the federal requirements for them to meet. And if they meet all those requirements, then they would be allocated the dollars.
Why
So
was the
going back to
money
what you
cut
said,
last
having
year?
concerns.
Because we were concerned with pandemic that we wouldn't have enough general fund
But it's
dollars.
been cut 2 years in a row.
That's correct.
Laura?
Yeah, 2019-20, it was cut too, right now.
No, it was
Just last year's.
just the last 2 fiscal years. When we adopted the
Two,
budget in
right. Okay,
2020,
that's all
we
I
didn't
needed.
fund it.
Thank you.
So I'm going to go back to what I was saying before when I was interrupted. I heard what Mayor Pro Tem said on concerns. I don't know if it should be, and I'm putting this out to the council, if it should be like first come, first serve. There has to be some criteria of who gets
Yeah,
this
isn't it better to have like an application period and then
and a review.
then a review?
Absolutely. I mean, so let me back up and I don't want to mislead the council. There would be an application period to submit your applications. All of them would be reviewed to ensure they meet the criteria for the federal requirements. Once they met the criteria of that, then the allocations would occur to those applications. So not necessarily the first application and gets funded and we wait for the next one. We would have a period of time, close the window, and then review all the applications. And we would obviously track them in terms of the ones that came in date stamped, if you will, and then award as appropriate. I think two of the things that I'm thinking out loud about that I think might be important to the council is we want to focus on San Clemente-based nonprofits. So it would only be benefiting San Clemente-based nonprofits, number one. And number two, there would be a clear, and we would have this in the application process, a clear outline of how it meets the criteria related to COVID for these expenditures.
But the use has to be in San Clemente. We have nonprofits that are San Clemente that do work in other cities.
We can
I think it
definitely
has to
ensure that.
be
So
for San Clemente. They don't ask for monies that fund anything in other
they
cities.
should, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, they should specify the use, right? So that we know right up front where they're intending to spend it.
Not a problem.
Okay. So did that address
Where
your
and how.
concerns?
It did.
Okay.
Indeed.
All right. So do you need us to read all this, Madam Clerk? Do you need
I
it?
don't think it's necessary.
Please move the
Look at
recommended
Joanne.
action if you want.
Yeah.
All right. I'll go ahead and move staff recommendation.
Second, go ahead.
Second by Councilmember Noblock.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Next item is item 9A. That's the warrant register and payroll register.
Is
Oh, I
there a
have one
motion?
question.
Go ahead, Laura.
Thanks. City Attorney, thank you, by the way, for giving me the total of the TCA non-litigation fees and the experts. And I know that totaled about 777,000. On this warrant register, there's 2 entries. Now, considering the court ruling against the city, how much more of that are we going to see on the warrant register of the non-litigation fees?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I'll be up to council. Most of that work now is transactional work. It's not well, none of it relates to the court case. So it will depend on council directives vis-a-vis TCA and their plans right now. The next billing cycle will include effort expended in pursuit of a cooperative agreement among the stakeholders. So it will be work like that.
Okay, that's BBK, not the experts, or? are they
No,
one and
that's only attorneys now. The experts are now standalone accounts outside the privilege and
Or are you
answerable to
referring
the
to the
city
marketing
manager.
and PR people as experts? Those contracts?
I'm not sure what their scopes are, but they're not under the city
Bruce and
attorney.
Englander and
Right. They're standalone
Tower. Okay,
contracts.
gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
I'll entertain a motion for the warrant register and the payroll register.
So moved.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem to approve both the warrant register and the payroll register, and I will second that motion.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
No?
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James
Hi.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 4-1. Next item is item C. That is a verbal report by staff concerning a possible community choice energy feasibility study, and I do have some speaker cards on this item.
All right.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Jennifer Savage, assistant to the city manager. I'll be brief, but I am available for any additional questions. This was brought forward at the July 20th meeting with a request for the possibility of a feasibility study for community choice energy, or CCE. Working with a member of the public, a resident of San Clemente, staff, the resident went out to 3 firms to solicit proposals. One firm responded for a cost of $45,000. I think it's important to note that there are 3 tasks associated with that cost. The first task is required before tasks 2 and 3, but tasks 2 and 3 could be completed concurrently. Task 1 is looking at the options that the city would have regarding CCE, such as performing their own CCE, performing a CCE with adjacent cities, or joining an existing CCE. There is a timeline associated with joining or starting a CCE. There's a gap in time. For example, if we wanted to start in 2023, we would have to submit paperwork to the CPUC by December 31st of this year. However, it should be noted that one of the most viable options for the city is joining an existing JPA for CCE in the northern San Diego region. That JPA requires paperwork to be submitted by the end of September of this year in order to participate in 2023. So there is that time constraint that you want to be aware of. The paperwork that would be required to go to that JPA by the end of September would require approval by the council, and that leaves a very tight timeline, if not impossible timeline to make. And so the council may want to consider, although they pursuing a CCE option, may want to consider extending that time and that goal to participate by the year 2024. Not in staff's presentation, but we're available for any questions.
There are comments, I think, were we supposed to have those before?
No, we can, we
Okay,
have staff.
Just to make sure.
And then, so we can ask her. So, Madam Clerk, no, I'll ask you questions. You can go ahead and say, oh, you probably don't have a microphone there. No, stay there for now. Stay there for now. We're not gonna make you do that. So, Madam Clerk, who are the comments that we have?
Joanna?
Who are the comments that we have? The
Uh,
speakers.
Comments are from Stuart Anderson,
Okay.
Ryan Galeria, Tyler Bowden. Those are the first 3.
Okay. We have more than 3.
We do.
Okay.
followed by Celine Lawrence, Jared Bybee, and Garrett Bean.
Okay, so we need, I have Mr. Anderson as the first one. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Good evening again. It's been a long evening. I'm sure you're as tired as I am. I'm Stuart Anderson again, 18-year resident of San Clemente, and I thank you again for hearing my comments. So I'm here to make comments about considering community choice energy. Our planet is heating up. It's causing deeper and longer droughts. It's clearly evident. We're being asked by our governor to limit our water usage. The Colorado River has, for the first time ever, had to limit the amount of water allotted to one of the states. This is only going to get worse. It's causing increased wildfires and more severe wildfires. It is the human burning of fossil fuels that is causing release of greenhouse gases, which in turn cause increase in temperature. 97% of climate scientists agree that we are responsible for this crisis that we're seeing. The solution, of course, is to stop burning fossil fuels. Community choice energy offers part of that solution. A city the size of San Clemente can establish a community choice energy with clean energy as being the default option without having any increase in the rate of electricity cost. So there's no increase in cost. Clean energy is our future. And I propose that San Clemente consider a community choice energy, clean energy as a default option, so that we can ride the wave of clean energy into the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Galeria. I am a resident of San Clemente, actually a couple blocks away. I'm also employed in the renewable energy industry, but I have no commercial ties to this proposal. So tonight I'm just going to talk to you as a lifelong tree hugging environmentalist. I listened with a lot of interest in the debate earlier tonight around carbon capture or carbon emissions taxation. And I took down a couple notes. There's a couple items that it seems like everyone agrees on, and I think are really relevant to this discussion. So, you know, everyone's concerned about increasing energy costs, inflationary pressures. Everyone that I heard from is concerned with economic impacts due to regulation, climate, impacts to our workers, impacts to our communities. Everyone was concerned with energy independence in the US, our grid's reliability and resiliency, and how we can solve these problems through domestic production. Now, all of these things can in some way, in some form, be accomplished through renewable energy, right? These are great projects that can have really long-lasting positive economic impacts, positive environmental impacts, and really offer people a choice in how they power their future. And that goes as far as our electric leaf blowers. So it's really win-win across the board. I think that the proposal in front of you tonight to move forward with the feasibility study is in the best interests of your constituents, offers a chance for us to explore options for both good environmental stewardship as well as good economic stewardship for the city. So appreciate your consideration, and you have my support.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tyler Bowden, resident of San Clemente and longtime supporter of community choice energy. I also work in the renewable energy industry at a lower level in the residential solar space. And a switch to community choice energy would have a relatively neutral impact on my industry in the residential space. But I'm really passionate for a very similar reason to why my customers as residential solar customers choose to go solar. One, because it gives them control over the production of their energy and resilience against grid outages. And those are the two reasons that I think that San Clemente would be well fitted to choose community choice energy, because it gives us local control over the procurement of our power for the ratepayers in our area. And as Mayor Pro Tem James has mentioned at a previous meeting, SDG&E is already planning to get out of the procurement game. So it's not a question of whether they're going to get out of it, it's just when and what are we going to do when that happens. So really to kind of take a step back, we just want to get ahead of this thing and figure out what kind of position we're sitting in right now and how we want to procure power if and when the time comes, or when the time comes that SDG&E exits the procurement game. And we want to be in the best case, in the best scenario possible. So we really just want to study it. And so, group of residents and I have been working on this for a number of years. There's actually been 2 councils previously that have voted unanimously to move forward on it, but not really in any specific way. So we've just been continuing to try to work on it, move things forward. And so what we're asking of you tonight is really just to take a valiant step forward and to study this thing, to a minimal extent. We're not asking you to, Jennifer's report, she mentioned $45,000. We're not asking for that. I think that the reason Councilmember Duncan had brought up at the last meeting was there was a sense of urgency to try to get something done by the end of this year so that we would have a seat at the table for a CCA that we might join. That urgency has been essentially squelched. There's not really any chance of us joining one now. So we can take our time and we can do our due diligence in a proper way. But let's start the process. Let's get ahead of it and understand what the implications are and what the feasibility of this program is for our city, so that our residents and ratepayers can benefit from it in the best way possible so that we're not left behind. So I'll close off my comments there. There's a lot of people speaking behind me, but I really hope you can take at least one small step forward tonight to authorize staff, city manager and staff to move forward with the feasibility study.
Before you leave, I just want to ask you one clarifying question.
Yeah.
On the first task that would be required, looking at options, if we just chose that one, how would that help? Would that help our city decide that we're going to go that way, and let's start looking for a partner, that we don't have to do 2 and 3?
I actually think task 1 is the best next step right now. Given the variables and given the urgency isn't there anymore, I think having staff and a consultant come back and lay out the options to you so that you can then decide, okay, do we want to look at a regional CCA? Do we want to see about Dana Point, San Juan, and Rancho Mission Viejo joining together to do one? That's going to be a heavy lift and a lot of cost involved. But based on that study, that comparative analysis, you might decide you want to explore that. Or you could just say, hey, we've got, based on this comparative analysis, just one option we want to dive deeper into, and you could just do a deeper study on that. So I think the comparative analysis will just give you that,
All right.
that basis.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, and I know it's late, so thank you for hearing this item. Really appreciate it. My name is Celine Lawrence. I'm a resident of San Clemente, and I care deeply about this city, and I love it very much. For the past 3 years, a number of San Clemente residents have been educating and advocating for community choice energy, which offers cheaper and cleaner electricity to residents and businesses while generating dollars for community-focused programs. In the same past 3 years, 44 municipalities in Orange County, Los Angeles County, and San Diego County alone, from cities as small as Del Mar to as big as Huntington Beach and the city of San Diego, have made that switch to offer community choice energy programs. That's just in the past 3 years. And that doesn't include the over 200 additional jurisdictions throughout the entire state of California who've made that switch. So tonight I'm urging the City Council to authorize staff to fund a feasibility study, a study that would provide evidence to show if a CCE program will benefit San Clemente ratepayers, which is at the very least the due diligence that we're asking for. The earlier that the city begins this investigation, the earlier we could have the seat at the table if we do decide to join an existing community choice program on developing programs that respond directly to San Clemente's needs. This is an incredible opportunity to lend support to our small businesses
that are still trying to recover from the economic impacts of COVID-19. Many CCEs throughout the state are not only offering cheaper rates for businesses for electricity, but also innovative programs that help them with their bottom line, like direct rebates for energy efficiency upgrades to lower their electric bills, free electric vehicle chargers to attract customers, and maybe even electric leaf blowers. I don't know, but the possibilities are really endless. So once again, I just asked this city council to allow staff to conduct this feasibility study so we can know what opportunities lie in front of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Don't remember if I'm next, but I think so. My name is Jared Bybee. I'm also a resident here of San Clemente, and my colleagues and friends articulated very clearly why this is important, why this is should move forward now. It's like they say about the best time to plant a tree is always 20 years ago. The next best time is right now. So the time to get started on answering this question for San Clemente is right now. And again, they've articulated quite well the next step of this feasibility study is important. And I, as a resident, would urge you to make that step here tonight. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Garrett Bean. I'm a resident of San Clemente as well. Appreciate your time tonight. I think it's been articulated already, kind of the importance of why we can join, but I think what it really means to me is it's about the choice, right? I have gone through the process of building power plants. I sell power to SDG&E. I've sold power to SCE, and I've sold power to CCAs. Ultimately, we've been able to lower prices over time through additional renewable energy generation sources. I think for me, and as a San Clemente resident, what is important is putting the choice back in San Clemente. For years, we've been kind of under the requirements of SDG&E that's operating for investors. Not for the businesses, not for the ratepayers, for the investors. We need to protect our city. We need to provide ourselves the choice and the control to make the right decision. Specifically over our power sources, specifically over the price that we pay for power, and put that control of rates back in our pocket so we can serve the residents of San Clemente and the businesses. It's long overdue that we consider the attributes of joining the CCA. Right now, as Celine mentioned, 200 cities have already joined. We're one of the few last ones to even consider this. We really need to move forward with some urgency here so we're not the last ones without our choice protected. I urge you to move forward as quickly as possible, at least with an analysis of the feasibility here. Every year that we wait, we're subject to increases in rates out of our control. We're subject to the power charge and differences costs, which will be levied on our city over numerous years. And again, we take the choice out of our hands when we do not join the CCA. So I appreciate your consideration and your attention on this. Thank you.
Well, I'm Barry Pellisier. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, came for the night surfing thing, but thought that would have been a nice way to stay out of the sun and avoid the crowds. It was always a dream as a kid to surf at night when there wasn't 2,000 people in the water, but hearing everybody talk, it just seems like all these different energy source, concepts. I mean, they benefit no one more than a coastal community. They're like nationwide global talks. I think you mentioned there's no perceptible beach loss. I've seen us lose 40 feet of sand. I had a client who's put $34,000 of sandbags in front of his house. The picnic tables at churches that used to be like from me to you, from like the sand, are now in the water line. You couldn't sit there for a full day without drowning. Like, we're losing our beaches. People, I had 2 houses in the Shore Cliffs. I'm selling one of them right now. In part because the clubhouse has been gone in like 15 years. It's inevitable. We've lost Capitol Beach. So to like deny that we're losing the coast and you have all these opportunities to like hop on someone else's back, like these other CCAs have, they've invented the machine. Like it exists. All these towns are doing it because it saves them millions of dollars. I don't see why you wouldn't want to take advantage of something that pretty much benefits a coastal town more than anyone, especially and financially, it's going to make a ton of sense. I've got solar panels. I have a car with no tailpipe. I save about $9 grand a year. Your CapEx, OpEx difference is like it's a 3-4 year payback. Like we're an energy town. We have a nuclear plant. It's rotting, but like when it comes down to swapping out to renewables, it's like an impact drill. It's an easier tool than a leaf blower, to be on theme. So it just seems like hop on the other JPAs that are out there. It's going to be super simple. They've already built the pasta machine. Don't build your own. Just let them rip with it. So and then do the night surfing thing. Just not all the time. It's too much light.
We're going to bring the night surfing back at a later meeting.
But we heard his comment.
Yes. we
We'll
heard the
remember that. Any other public comment? Okay, so Jennifer, if you could come back, because I have a couple questions. Yeah, we have to give kind of some direction, but the time limit has changed, but we could still talk about it just a little bit. So, it's disappointing we found out that the North County CC, what is it, JPA, we can't, it's end of September. So we'll never make that. That's what I got from your comment, that even if we tried to do the first task of looking into options for our city that's required, we couldn't make that. Okay. Which it's probably good because you don't want to jump in that fast.
Can I explain that too?
Yes.
So what it is to before we would get into that CCA, probably any, they have their own analysis that they would want you to do. That analysis would take longer. That would go past the deadline to choose whether we would get into that. So really, it's sort of foreclosed, unfortunately, at that point, because that is, you have to go a year out for that. So 2023 is already not possible, essentially. Right. So we're looking at 2024. But knowing, again, that these things take so long, there's no reason to not get the ball rolling with the basic ask that we've heard tonight of the feasibility study, or I forget what the other term was, but just to present the options to us. It doesn't even have to be at the next meeting, right? Because we've got time now.
So that was my question, is what is task number 1? What is the cost of that?
Approximately $5,000.
Okay.
And it would take approximately 4 weeks to complete for the consultant.
4 weeks.
Jennifer,
and we already have a consultant in mind.
Could I ask Jennifer to speak into the mic a little closer? It's really hard to hear you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So $5,000, that's a lot different than 45,000. Because when I heard 45,000, I was like, oh, it's better than what we heard a couple years ago. We heard 100,000.
Correct.
I have great concerns of San Clemente forming their own CCE on our own. But I am willing to look at the first task of the feasibility of what our options are. I think $5,000, negligible to do that. It's certainly less than what was proposed a couple of years ago. We were asked for 100,000. That was really hard to figure out at the time. We kind of wanted to wait and see what everyone else was doing and how that was working out. I looked pretty hard into the one that Carlsbad did and kind of liked what I saw and in talking to them, but unfortunately we're not going to make that one until 2024, but I'm not against looking into the feasibility of just $5,000 just to start. But I will say up front, I'm very concerned over our city doing our own CCE.
And just to clarify that, so 2024 would be when we would go online as the earliest, and largely that's because of the utility commission approval process. We could join or earlier than that and already be part of a existing CCE.
But we have to vet that and pick it.
Exactly.
And
we
that's,
but we have
that's
plenty
gonna
of time
take
to
some
do that.
time. I
Sure,
think,
no,
and
I agree,
I
but-
actually am kind of appreciative that we get an extra year to figure that out.
Sure,
Because I
sure.
think who we join up with is going to be very important.
Isn't there some drama going on with CC?
Irvine.
In Irvine?
Irvine.
What is that drama all about? I've tried to follow it. Anything that happens north of Crown Valley, I really don't care about, but what's
So
going on?
there's a couple of different things going on. I know that there's some actual changes that are occurring with that CCA as it relates to transparency within their bylaws being one of the biggest concerns. There was also some concerns raised about high salaries for the staff. And so, yeah, those are some of the elements with that. I will say we had an opportunity to get the presentation with the North San Diego CEA Community Energy Alliance. And I commend them because they have refrained from hiring permanent staff. They have refrained from entering into leases because they want to ensure that there's the true benefit from the CCA before they make those financial commitments. And so that gives a little bit of a comparison of, how they're doing it versus how it's being done in central
North
Orange County.
one includes what cities?
That's Carlsbad, Del Mar, and Solana Beach.
We should note too that the rates were actually lower than regular rates. They were able to provide that to their customers. They don't have the drama, and they're also SDG&E, right? So they're a more natural fit anyway than the Irvine one is SCE. That wouldn't really work for us. It would be a lot harder anyway.
Can you explain, Jennifer, how this works? What does this program look like? Currently, we buy all of our electricity from SDG&E. By forming our own co-op, SDG&E doesn't sell energy to 27,000 households and 1,000 of our businesses. They sell it just to the city and then we parcel that out. Is that how it works?
Not quite. So SDG&E would still deliver the power, but the actual source, the creation of the electricity would come from a different choice, such as a combination of renewable energy and non-renewable
So
energy.
the outfit out in the desert that has 2 square miles of solar panels, we can contract with them or with the wind turbines out of Palm Springs. And they use the SDG&E grid to send the electricity. We purchase it not from SDG&E, but from them at their rates, not at SDG&E rates. Is that kind of how the concept works?
That's a yes, basic.
And what kind of savings can we expect our people to get?
So the savings will differ between residential and commercial. It is for both. Customers are seeing between a 0.9% and a 2% savings. And that's just the production of the electricity. That does not count for the delivery of the cost.
Are there any cities in Orange County close to us that are currently looking at CEAs?
It was Irvine.
What, is that the
And-
closest?
I believe so. And I was asked by that mayor, incoming mayor, like, let's go. You have to sign up by next Thursday. And I'm
With
like,
their
our city is
program.
not going to sign up by
With
Thursday.
Irvine, they want us on
Yeah.
Irvine's program.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, they were forming it. They were like, who wants to come in? And
I
it
have,
was-
I also have concerns about, you join, you create an entity and all of a sudden salaries go wild, costs go wild. We've seen that with some entities. But I think the concept has merit. I don't know that we're automatically going to stop burning fossil fuels because I guess SDG&E is still the largest supplier of energy. So if that 1,200 acre solar ranch out in Chuckawalla Valley between Blythe and Indio, it sells all their energy to other people, we still have to buy it from somewhere. So we may be stuck with SDG&E's fossil fuel.
And it's my understanding, Jennifer, you'll know better, or maybe one of these experts here know. SDG&E told me their strategic plan going into the future is they're just going to transport energy. They're not going to be in the business of selling energy.
Creating it.
Excuse me. Yeah.
You're absolutely correct. They are. So eventually we will all be doing this and they're for it. When the council looked at it a couple of years ago, it was kind of like SDG&E was kind of fighting some of the cities,
By
maybe
state-
even
by
3 years
state law,
ago.
they have to go.
But now they're
natural with
not.
it By what, 30% or 25-30% of all their energy within within the next few
Yeah,
years.
and just to round it up, that we're just talking about getting that feasibility study for the pretty relatively low cost at this point. We can get into, which direction we go later. I think we should just take this initial step just to provide us with those options.
I think it's a great idea. What I'd like to do is it sounds like a great idea. What I'd like to do is maybe recruit some of our neighboring cities to join us. I mean, you're cringing.
I'm cringing only because the adjoining cities that we're currently in a JPA with, which is the toll road, have not been good partners.
Well, the other
So
part of
I
that.
would, that's why I so researched Carlsbad, Solana Beach and Del Mar and really talked to those people because I really felt like they were going to be more partners.
So there's cost savings in the sort of economy of scale by having more.
And we're
people
close to
contributing
them.
the overhead
Yeah,
costs.
and the startup costs are a lot, right? So if you want to create your own from scratch, it's a big curve, which there's already one there. It's usually better to join in one if it looks good.
They're still going to make you pay for your share.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You have to,
There is. a ch-
their startup costs, they're paying off over time, go down because we jump in.
Yes.
And that's a very good one. It's a very good
But they-
example. We met with them too. Mayor Pro Tem James and I, what was it?
Oh,
A
yeah.
couple years
Yeah.
ago, remember?
A year, well, just
Yeah.
before the pandemic.
Yeah, just before the pandemic. I just have a question. Did you look into the Western Community Energy to see what happened with them? I heard they went bankrupt in June, just this summer in Riverside.
I'm not familiar with that GPA.
Yeah, I did verify it. I didn't get to read too much about it, but somebody had told me and I looked it up and it did happen in June and they served numerous cities. So we may want to, we'll definitely have to look into that to see what happened. Because that's a big area and I'm surprised that happened there in Riverside.
Well, that's why
I
we're
don't know
gonna
what
vet,
happened. but
we're gonna
anyway,
vet whoever
look
we
into
go
that, I
with.
guess. And the 5,000, I'm glad it's not 45,000. I heard 45,000 too. Now, what will that get us?
That will get you a report showing the benefits and the risks to the different options.
Okay, thank you.
Question, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
So help me understand this. Geography, location's not an impediment. We could partner with Palmdale or Lancaster or Mojave or someone that currently has a program and it's tapped into the same grid.
Theoretically, yes. It is a lot less complicated if we ensure that those partners are also SDG&E customers.
Yeah.
So from a Orange County perspective, there's not that many SDG&E customers. It's us and Dana Point maybe.
Dana Point and I believe
San
San
Juan.
Juan.
And half of Mission Viejo, half of Mission Viejo.
But again, until those cities take care of the JPA that we just got out of and we were in, I just don't, I don't have a good fuzzy feeling getting in
If
another
there's
JPA.
44
No.
cities in 3 counties, San Diego's got to have more cities than the 3 that are closest to us. If geography is not an impediment.
Right.
You know.
It's more
I'm
the
just concerned.
supplier.
I mean, I'm gonna be all for the $5,000, but and this is, I have no doubt this or something similar to this is going to occur in the future. So we have to prepare for it. I have the same fear as you joining a JPA.
Absolutely. We're gonna vet it
and-
100% better than we did when
and-
we joined TCA.
Right.
We're gonna vet it
You know,
100%
someone in
better.
1988 or 89 in San Clemente said, oh, that sounds like a great idea. You know,
Let's
so
jump
we've got to
in.
be careful there.
Absolutely agree.
So what do you need from us tonight to do this? Is this something that has to come
Oh,
back?
Well, the $5,000 is within my authority to do so. I don't necessarily think we need to take a formal vote. If council is okay with giving direction for the city manager to engage the $5,000 proposal, we would come back, that consultant would come back and provide that presentation in 4 to 6 weeks on the completion of that report.
I think that sounds great.
Yeah,
I'm not
Eric,
seeing
if
any.
may I ask?
Yes.
Eric, could that report include the cities that are currently have their CEAs? And I don't know if you can poll them to find out who's interested in partnering to to, maybe you've got someone that doesn't need a lot of money that's, that would be delighted to have a partner that could,
Maybe, but I think that's the next step after
Right.
this study.
If to your question, Councilmember Knobloch, if we can find some information as to what cities in Orange County are in or out, we can include that as supplemental information with the consultant's
How
report.
about a similar sized city in Southern California that's doing it on their own?
We can do that too.
Eric, you said Orange County, not many cities in Orange County use SDG&E. I think we ought to look at San Diego.
Which is fine. Keep in mind, it can be a CCA with Edison, with Orange County cities involved. It can be SDG&E cities. So it can be different flavors, but we can look at San
Okay.
Diego County as well.
All right,
So
so I think
it's
you
not a
have,
problem using Edison's grid to,
Well, I think to your point, you were just wanting to know are you looking for agencies that would be applicable to joining San Clemente, which would
or
then
that
narrow
we
it
could-
down to
that we could join
SDG&E?
them if they've already done the permitting, the process, and have the acquisition mode already set up to purchase the energy. And they're looking for a partner to add 65,000 residents to their buying power. And they're a city of 4,000 or 5 or 6,000. And they're going, my gosh, we got the buying power of
think those-
70,000 people now.
Those are precisely the options I think that this study will present.
That's what we need to know. There could be some real opportunities there.
all right, so it sounds like you have direction.
Yes.
Thank you, Jennifer. I think you explained it very well. Especially the timing of everything. I knew we were under the gun. So it's changed a little bit.
Change a little bit. Thank you all for coming.
Yep. Thank you.
The next item is a report from the city manager concerning the possibility of terminating the local emergency due to COVID-19. And we have one speaker card on this item.
Do you want to have a very, very brief presentation from Jennifer Savage, or you want to take public comments first?
Who's the public
I
comment?
don't see a public comment to be made.
Tony Rubolino.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Tony. I was thinking I didn't see. All right. I don't know. What do you want? What's the?
Let's
flavor?
hear-
All right, let's hear the public comment first and then we'll hear the presentation because we might have some questions.
There is a
Whatever they
council.
told you.
Copyright issues, what are we talking about?
No, there's a council policy that videos require live narration.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
So
Yeah. We're gonna go, we have to go by policy. We have to stay with that.
So I'm looking at the policy. It says without pre-recorded audio narration. The presentation.
It's, it's up to the city clerk. She's, if she's told you that that's against the policy, that's your elected official that runs all this.
Well, council has the authority to do it if you like. And
I don't want
it's
to
been
change
waived
policy.
before.
I'm not going to be for it because
Okay.
then that waives it forever and ever.
but
Wait,
he-
excuse me, what's the issue? We have slides?
No, they're
Do you have
different.
slides?
There's slides and one has audio and visual from a council meeting.
Oh,
And the second one has a song,
I don't,
but I'm narrating.
I know
the
there's
presentation.
reasons for that. I know that regional meetings that I'm in, they don't allow that either.
We
So-
had a problem a while back because when we would play it, then people would tune into the television and they would see something going on and they thought that it was a show put on by the city.
Right.
So council enacted that policy.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with it, so let's take a
I'm
vote.
not, I'm not going to be for changing policy
Okay.
going forward.
And I have presented
Anyone
before
else?
and had the video and audio played without
Short
any
presentation, if it's
issues.
something
It's
that
more
can get
difficult
through, we
in
do
this
slides
forum
all
that
the
where we're
time.
at, with, we're going over, like a Zoom platform. Yeah, ridiculous.
I have no objection. We do slides all the time, so I don't always going to present. but,
What's the song?
We don't, we also don't allow
Counselor, do you
anything
know the
that's
song?
offensive.
I do not know the songs.
We don't
Uh,
allow
it's-
things that have
it's
offensive
From my
words.
wife's Instagram. So.
If it's Roy Orbison, I want to hear it.
You know what? I don't think I want to have a council member's personal Instagram put over a city. I don't know. I just don't think so.
I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on.
Instagram, what was it?
If I understand correctly, the song is from my wife's Instagram.
And he
It's
wishes
playing
then
in the
to
background.
play her Instagram over our Zoom meeting.
No,
And
no, no.
We have a
It's
policy
its
not
own,
to do
it's its
that.
own slide. There's one that is a council meeting and it's purely taken from the live feed. And then there's another one that's a completely separate slide that's audio and visual, unrelated to the council meeting.
Just, why don't you do it at another
I
meeting?
don't, Mayor
when
and
we
Count,
have
what
it?
is, could I just interrupt? Because we've gotten in trouble before for kind of picking and choosing.
Right.
So
that's what
the
I'm
policy
saying I
allows
don't wanna
video
do.
images, but not audio. Is that it, Joanne? I don't have it in front of me. I don't know what I'm talking
The
about.
audio has to be live.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can't have audio, but while his video is showing, Tony can say anything he wants.
But he's
That's,
saying that some of it has audio.
well, the policy
says
prohibits playing of
without
audio,
pre-recorded-
and I don't think you can waive the policy based on the content or allow or disallow it based on the content. I think you should bind yourselves by the letter of the policy,
It says it
which
can't
is you can
have
show any video image, but not listen to an
Again,
audio
that's
one.
what
By
I
the way,
said.
I'm
I
not
don't
sure it
wanna
will
change
work
the
anyway.
policy.
pre-recorded audio narration.
Yeah.
So
that-
it's
You're
not
fine
like
with changing the
Morgan
policy?
Freeman's narrating the
Okay.
PowerPoint.
I
here.
would strongly
I'm here.
suggest you not pay any heed to the content of what we're showing, but apply the letter of the policy, because we've had problems before about picking and choosing who presents and what they say. And so I would suggest if Mr. Rubolino can narrate over the video image, that he ought to be allowed to do that.
But I don't know if he's able, are you able to show something without the audio? Try.
I'll play it through my phone and put it up to the mic. So you're going to get
Joanne,
it one way
is
or the
that-
other. It's if you want it matched up or if you want it out of sync with the show.
Defer to the
Joanne.
City attorney.
I know. I'm going to
Based on
defer
the
to you. If it
decision.
doesn't meet the policy, I'm not for it. Are you for hearing something that's against our policy? Laura said she's okay. I think Steve
I've
said.
already
he's
Well, I don't know
stated
what,
my
I'm confused
position.
about what's going on. Is it slide, is it video
And what is?
That's why we have
Duncan have
our
to do
city
with it?
clerk. She's vetted this and
I
said,
think we'll find out soon
Well-
enough. What I have to do with it.
are you for changing
I'm
the
not going to
policy?
vote on it because it pertains to me personally, so I don't think. it
No,
would
we're
be
talking
appropriate.
about just the policy and waiving our policy and allowing him to do something that we don't allow. It's not
As I
policy.
understand it, if he played the video without sound, then it would comply with the policy.
Well, I'm not sure he
Right?
can do that because he said one of his slides has audio.
Well,
That's the
they
problem.
don't have to turn the audio on.
Right. They'll mute it.
I don't know that, if that's possible.
They can mute it.
You can turn the audio off. It Says you can turn the audio off.
Here we go.
Okay, Kate, can you
So you're
do
gonna
that then?
narrate? Is that what it is?
I just want to make sure that we're doing everything the same.
Sure, I guess go ahead and roll it and then I'll see if I can sync up with it. It'll be a little off. That's okay. Oh, this is it.
Concerned because I would love to see us go back to no masks. It breaks my heart to think about my kids starting school with masks in a month. But the reality on the ground is, and we're seeing it right in San Clemente, is the Delta variant is unfortunately spiking cases, and we don't know at this point, I think, what's going to happen around the corner.
So that was your last meeting, Councilman Duncan. We'll go ahead and roll this next one. There we go. It was a big party at the Duncan household
Joanne,
this
is
past
this-
weekend.
Okay, Joanne, this is not okay, right? He's providing audio on his phone. Is this inappropriate?
It's obviously it's playing, so.
Sure.
I
So
I don't get
that's basically less than a month between Councilman Duncan voted to keep the emergency order in place, while at the same time hosting parties at his house. And this was already shared on social media, and Councilman Duncan's base is kind of circling the drain as they're confused why he's advocating for the emergency order, but yet behaving in a completely opposite way
And this is out on social media. This is publicly available. So it's not like I lifted this illegally or anything like that. This is out there. There's no shame or anything. It's just basically talking out of both sides of his mouth. We can go to the next slide. This is actually a screenshot. This is interesting. This is a screenshot shared in the residents forum ran by another individual and an admin. And he shared this. This is a screenshot of my personal Facebook page. And I think what the idea
I did not
was,
share that.
I'm not saying you shared that.
You just said he shared that.
The admin of the residents page shared this. And I think the idea is that because there was a party on my street with a couple of teen bands, that somehow I'm basically saying that why am I sticking on Councilman Duncan for his parties when these things are happening on my block. But here's the issue is, if you look at the name that's tagged, that's actually one of my neighbors. And the way algorithms work in social media is whoever you are closest to or interact with, their names will pop up first. And so that's my neighbor, his name that pops up in the tag for that, which makes me curious because I'm not sure how that got to this admin of this other page, because I'm not friends with him. Nobody I'm friends with is associated with him. But yet Councilman Duncan, when he was being defended by this admin, posted this, or the admin posted this. So I'm not sure how this got out. But anyways, the idea is that somehow I'm not allowed to do this. But Counselor, I'm a private citizen and you're an elected official and you're making public policy. So you got to be consistent, and your base is seeing this and they're very aware of what's going on. Thank you.
Please stay off my wife's Instagram.
Yeah, that would be nice. I don't recall this council taking up the emergency order issue. Isn't this the first time it's come to us?
No.
It's the first time I had
No,
to
the
leave
first time
an
that we voted to
emergency.
extend it.
The second time.
No, I don't think we've ever taken a vote. We delayed it to.
No, we
tonight.
voted.
No, we voted a month ago, June 15th.
Postpone it, but we didn't take a position on
We
it.
did, June 15, 2020. We did, and then it failed, and then you made a new motion, and then we voted no on it. So, right, so it was continued, so.
So
right,
it was
but we did.
continued, but the council has not ruled on this at all yet.
We
so-
actually did. It was a full meeting. It was probably over 30 minutes
That
of
was a
discussion.
3-2, I think. We did.
Right,
vote- we
3
did
to
vote
2.
To rescind, and that failed.
Mhm.
Is that
Exactly.
right, Joanne? From our last meeting?
Right, and there was a new
That's my
motion.
recollection.
And it was 3 to 2 to
Could be wrong,
continue
but I
it
don't think so.
a month.
So, we effectively continued it to tonight.
Right.
Yeah,
This
to
is the third
consider.
time.
Because then I remember specifically, we thought we'd have another month of what's going on to know, whether we should consider this or not. So, city manager, you said you had a brief. status
Yes,
report.
Jennifer Savage will give a brief staff
Okay.
presentation with the item before you.
Good evening. So just briefly, what's included in your staff report is a resolution to rescind the emergency order. And whether you choose to move that resolution forward or not, either action would affirm or maintain the city manager as the emergency services director.
Does anyone have any questions of staff?
I have a question. I used to serve on the emergency team for the city of San Clemente, mainly due to songs, for about 18 and a half years. And the city manager is the designated director of local emergencies only when an emergency is declared. So this is very contradictory to have the local emergency end and have the city manager resume serving as the director of emergency services, because that title is only triggered when we declare a local emergency. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that it's also important to note that the municipal code designates the city manager as such in emergencies outside of the local designation. And we can double check that up, but I believe that also a regional and a state declared local emergency would also place him into that position.
Thank you.
So if we end the local emergency, does that open up City Hall?
So to answer your question, City Hall is open by appointment only.
Fully open?
Um,
That fully open City Hall?
I struggle a little bit with that because of staff. I have as of today, and I've made this comment to council in briefings, I've got 13 employees on quarantine. Whether they are positive COVID or have been exposed to COVID. And as I communicated, to council, we had to call the junior lifeguard surf contest because we didn't have enough lifeguards to staff it. And so, as I've indicated, there are employees who are vaccinated who are getting infected, and there are employees who are unvaccinated and getting affected. And I can tell you that from an employee perspective, there's still a concern of exposure. And by opening up the doors, my only want would be to control the numbers coming into City Hall so that we don't have a large group gathering. But also, and I know that we'll be covering this a little bit on the next item as it relates to the permitting and licensing software, we're a little bit staff short. So having a large crowd could create some frustration because there's not staff there to assist them. Other than that, we are fully operational at all of our sites, as well as City Hall, but we're just doing by appointment only out of abundance of caution to protect the employee.
Yeah, I guess I just want to see, I don't want to see those damn plans out on the at the front door anymore. Is there some workaround that we can do and our employees feel safe?
Absolutely. I appreciate you clarifying your concerns. Cecilia Gallardo Daly and Adam Matamian are on. They're hearing and listening, and they can definitely develop a plan that doesn't require the plans to be dropped outside. It won't happen overnight, but I can tell you it will happen expeditiously once they put their heads together.
It's not a bad suggestion. I agree with you. I have concerns that with the variant, I might have looked at this before when all the cases were down and were low, but now with the variant, I think all bets are off the table. I was going to ask Chris, what do you think about the Border Patrol? They're losing officers. There's like 8 officers have died, and they have hundreds that are in quarantine because of the border crisis. They are been exposed to COVID. And that kind of influx of and no control of what's going on as what's different than what the city manager is trying to delineate, where we are doing appointments and people come in and meet with our staff just for the length of time they need to. They're not just hanging out all day. I just heard that last night. I'm flabbergasted that is being allowed to happen when supposedly they're worried about
there's
COVID.
A couple things going on. I think the Delta variant is highly contagious, more contagious than the previous variants. Whether it has the same adverse effects, I think is a different thing. So you see that it's passing faster. And then, frankly, Border Patrol, they're not so into using protective measures, but they are interacting with people as part of their job all the time, right? And so you see, I worry about the city staff too, and I think we have to be very concerned with them. I certainly would like to think of creative options to allow the public to feel like they can access our city hall, that we're not locked down. So if there is some intermediate way, I think we should certainly.
No, to your point, and to Council or to Mayor Pro Tem, yeah, I believe there is. And so again, I appreciate those wants, because we can definitely react accordingly to that.
And Eric, there's not a city hall around that isn't open. This isn't open. This is closed. I haven't found one. Okay.
I don't know that I agree.
I haven't
don't think
found
that's
one.
true.
I haven't seen one that isn't open.
Well, isn't it true that your council just went back to virtual meetings because of COVID?
well, I'm not going to talk about my employer.
So
considering
Encinitas
what's
has gone
been
back to virtual
said
meetings
negative about my
because of
place. I'm
COVID.
staying out of it for political
wait.
reasons.
They
So
are.
I'm not getting involved in the politics of all that. But I do
It's
want to
no
point
politics.
out
It's
that
just what an
at the-
adjoining city's doing.
and also, there's 8 cities. I know this list. I know, Jennifer, you only received a response from those who wanted to respond to you, but there are a couple more. Brea and Newport Beach aren't on the list, but they've been open since June 5th. I'm sorry, early June for Newport Beach and mid-June, if it matters, because I know this
And if I
table
may,
was selected.
Mayor.
But we do need to open. We got all the plexiglass around all of the counters. We don't have hordes of people at City Hall. I mean, I used to work there. You don't have, you said tons of people coming in there. It's not going to happen. They stagger throughout the 9-hour day. I don't know what you're afraid of, opening up City Hall.
No, I'm not afraid
People
of anything,
coming in?
Councilmember Ferguson. I appreciate what other cities are doing, but my responsibility is with San Clemente.
Well, we have low numbers.
And so
What are the stats?
if
Tell me.
you would like to seek council direction to direct me to do
No,
so, I
Eric,
stand ready. I
tell me
don't
the
have
stats.
stats ready to discuss, but if you want to get council direction to have me open up the doors, I will follow
Well, I
council
certainly
direction.
support that. We have 66,000 people in this town, and I believe there was about 35 deaths over the entire COVID. I mean, our numbers are very, very low for our population. Even the numbers of cases, I did look the latest, but we were at like 2,900 cases. So that's a year and a half of COVID. You know, we have to focus on San Clemente.
I
We're not
agree. I
having
would
that
encourage you to
issue.
talk
We're
to your
not in peril.
colleagues.
Don't talk over
Laura,
me, please. We're
Laura,
not in
address
peril.
us,
We're not
Laura.
in a disaster. Let me
Laura,
finish. You
no,
interrupt me.
address us. We're the ones that you have to convince, not the city
It
manager.
doesn't matter. I'm talking. So we're not in a state of peril or a disaster.
She's
and
talking to
those,
us now.
those are, well, I feel like I'm talking to you all anyway, because we're all on this Zoom. So
Just direct it to the
it's just,
council.
no, I'm not going to look over at you. I'm just going to do what I want to do. But the point is that a local emergency is declared because you're in a state of peril or disaster. That's simply put. And we're simply not experiencing that here in San Clemente. So it's time to remove that. And secondly, I would like to, Jennifer, when you have time, provide the government code that allows a city manager to have authority to make all of these decisions when if a state or a county is in an emergency, because that's not our jurisdiction. So if you can pull up that government code for me, that would be great.
Okay, so
Thank
I'm going to
you.
make a motion that, for consideration, that we do not consider this order except for the fact that we will look into how we can change our plan check, you know, where the plans are going in and out. We have people handing them to, you know, someone where they're not sitting outside. But for the time being, that we take no action and we further designate the city manager as the director of emergency services.
So I guess I have to, you know, I'm very inclined to drop this emergency order. The more Council Member Ferguson talks, the more inclined I am to keep it. So I guess I would ask you, City Manager, if we dropped it today, if we dropped it in the next 5 minutes, and you kept restricted entry into the City Hall, how would that change anything?
It would not.
Except Laura Ferguson would go on and on about how we don't have an emergency order, so he should not be protecting staff. It's just opening ourselves up to turmoil.
There's still the
and-
state order, there's
yeah.
still the county order.
Well, I'm not sure if it's an order. I think it's a recommendation.
It is, and it wouldn't be, we wouldn't do enforcement is what we wouldn't do if we lifted it.
My thoughts on this, everyone's kind of weighed in a little bit. My thoughts are that, you know, this order was put into effect, what, a year ago? Over a year ago, when, you know, we did 15 days to flatten the curve, and then there was an emergency. We had to spare the hospitals, and everyone was quite frankly panicked and afraid. We've had now a year. The national statistics are that the death rate globally is absolutely unchanged, but amazingly, the number of deaths attributed to COVID is the exact same percentage of the people that didn't die from heart attacks, strokes, and cancer. There's been a lot of press in the last few weeks about the Delta variant and how terrible it is. And if you watch CNN only, that's all you're going to hear. And from the mainstream media primarily. But I got to tell you, and it's a fact, there's no genome on the Delta variant. There's zero place anywhere in America where you can go to get a test to find out if you have the Delta variant. It doesn't, there is no such test. And I think that the flu season is happening. People do get flu symptoms and they happen every year to lots of people. My inclination, and quite frankly, if we find that the situation changes and there is an utter emergency, we can turn around on a dime and declare emergency like we did a year and a half ago. So my inclination is to remove the emergency order and get back to normal.
Okay, so
But I mean,
is-
that's my
So
so I did make a motion. Is there any second to that motion? And we can still, that we take no action on this order. We do recertify that that the city manager is the designated director of
Mayor,
emergency services.
Sorry,
except-
just a point of order. If the standing local emergency remains in effect, that designation is part of it. So
I agree. I was just
Oh.
saying that. So we don't have to do that, but I'm just saying we take no action. I see no reason to take any action at this time.
All right, I'll second that.
Okay, so there is a motion and a second. There's no public comment right now.
Okay,
There's no public comment.
Councilmember Duncan,
Wait a minute, is there, I thought there was another motion.
I thought there was two by Councilmember.
No, he just said that's
No, I
what he
said that was my
suggested, but there was
preference.
no.
I didn't make the motion. I
I'm
just,
sorry.
everyone was sharing their views.
No, I
wanted to share mine.
appreciate.
Oh, can I make a substitute motion then? And that would
We
be.
were already in voting, were we
Well, I
not?
thought he had a motion on the table.
No,
Already.
no, and.
Well, I'm gonna
And
make one
we're
then
in the,
because
we're in
I
the middle of a
misunderstood.
vote. We're in the middle of a vote. Councilmember Duncan already said aye. We have to finish that vote.
Okay, then I'll make mine.
Thank you.
okay, Councilmember Ferguson,
No.
Councilmember Noblock,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
no,
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Motion fails 2-3.
Okay, I'd like to make a substitute motion then to rescind the local emergency proclaiming an emergency due to COVID.
Second the motion. And your motion was to rescind the emergency order.
Rescind the local emergency resolution proclaiming the emergency due to COVID. Yeah.
if
Do you
if
have,
I,
you can do another.
I
substitute
verba,
motion,
I just
Mayor Pro Tem.
Does that have to be done through resolution?
paraphrasing.
yes.
Yeah, that
so-
has to
so-
be
So
Mhm.
that's what I'm
done by
interrupting
resolution.
on.
There's a
So
sample on
the-
94.
The
if you
motion
want.
would be adopt resolution number 21-35 entitled Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, proclaiming an end to the local emergency regarding novel coronavirus COVID-19 and reaffirming the designation of the city manager as the Director of Emergency Services.
And if I may add to your motion, is that your substitute motion? And open city hall.
Oh, boy, you must not remember what we went through when this virus first started, Mayor Pro Tem. How hard it was to do
I'll
any
second that.
business.
Yeah, I think that's Mayor Pro Tem James. Was it? Is that your substitute
My
motion?
motion stands the way I
Okay,
just
I'll,
read it.
I'll second it.
Under discussion, may I ask the city attorney a question under discussion for the motion?
Mhm.
And that is, currently, Eric, as our city manager, will remain the Director of Emergency Services by definition.
Well, no, your ordinance is very unusual in that unless the council gets together with each emergency and makes that designation, there's no designation. And I'm going to highly recommend you look at that because it's very unorthodox. But that's why section 2 was added here in the event pursuant to council direction, in the event you wanted to make sure that tomorrow somebody has that designation for purposes of the state and county
Okay,
emergencies.
so city attorney, I was correct in my statement earlier then.
Yeah, that's why it's important that
All right, I thought
you
so.
know
'cause
that.
I served on the team for a
Yeah,
long, long
it-
time,
it's-
almost 20 years. I was
So,
surprised.
let me make one more statement. And this is something we all need to realize. The Chinese Communist Party unloaded this nightmare on us. Whether they did it through ineptitude or malice. Either way, they did it and they lied about it. It is going to stick with us for a long time. There is always going to be a different variant on the horizon. We have the obligation to return to some normalcy in our life. And that's what I'm talking about. Now, when people talk about death rates, they don't know what the hell they're talking about, because this virus has long-standing applications to your life. It attacks your lungs, it attacks your heart. So we do have to be careful. So talking about death rate is this, death rate is that, you're not really looking at the data.
World Health Organization data, but there are effects, no question about that.
There are serious effects. And so what I'm asking for is for us to come together and understand that we need to have some sort of normalcy in our life while taking precautions. And that's the only thing I'm asking for here. And so that is why I made my motion. I read the motion just the way it is here, and I asked for a second.
Second.
Councilmember Duncan,
Nope.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Nay.
Carries 3-2.
So E and F is gone. We're on item G.
Just matter of parliament procedure, clerk, we've exceeded 11 o'clock, and I know we have a policy that requires us to take a majority vote to continue.
Correct.
Darn it.
I would like to take a vote to only consider item G and no oral communications or,
I need,
we do need,
I have two items I need to talk about in oral communication.
no, for city council. I'm talking about public oral.
Oh, I mean,
Can we do
council.
that? Madam
We
Clerk?
don't have any cards for oral anyway.
I'm sorry.
So let's go to
council
G.
member comments. Sorry.
But you have to vote on doing G, you have
Oh,
right
we do
now,
have to
vote
vote
on
on doing G.
what's left.
Oh, that's why you're here. Okay. All right. Hey, Brian.
I will consider G, city manager comments
Council member.
and council member, because city attorney's already spoken. And otherwise, that's it.
Second.
Okay. Is there any objection to that?
I'm a no.
So
This
she's
is to. just
she's a
have
no
those
to
two items?
go to continue past.
Yeah, I
Did your
can't
motion include the
continue.
Lois Lundberg's motion to go past 11?
Yeah.
Is it- Okay.
Okay, so,
But I'll stay for as long as I can
Okay.
until I have to
all right,
go.
yeah, just go ahead and go.
Okay, so Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
No.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Here's for 4-1.
Okay, very brief presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Brian Brower, IT Manager. I will give a brief summary of the item before you tonight, which is a major upgrade to the city's permitting and licensing system. This is the software that the city uses for processing and tracking development projects, issuing permits, tracking plan reviews, managing inspection processes. The software is used to manage and track code compliance activities, as well as the city's business license program. The proposed solution here is a continuation of the relationship with the existing vendor to do a major upgrade to the current system. The current product that we're using now is nearing obsolescence. It makes it difficult to maintain support and enhance the systems in place. And so upgrading to the new system will help improve service levels as well as staff efficiency and productivity. Some of the enhancements that we're proposing include online building permit application submittal, processing, and issuance. Also integrated electronic plan review, which would be a move toward a paperless process. The system would also implement some improved mobility functions so that our field staff for code compliance and our inspectors would be able to be more productive in the field. Lastly, the system would include online business license application submittals. The total year one budget is approximately $275,000. There is an offset of an SB2 grant in the amount of $219,000 for year one. The project includes project management resources to ensure successful and timely completion. And the recommendation includes a 5-year agreement to lock in ongoing costs. That concludes my summary. With that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Move recommendations 1 and 2.
Any discussion?
Just real quick question. Does this get us to paperless plans and permits?
Facilitates that, yes. I don't know if we'll be in a position to prevent people from submitting in paper, but it certainly will be allowing complete electronic submittals for both the application and the plans.
And what do we anticipate? How do we anticipate how quickly, how that will improve turnaround on plans?
I have to defer to the community development.
Cecilia, you're there.
Yes, hi. If we can, one of the upgrades that Brian is talking about with the system is the ability to pay online. So if we can generate an invoice, email it to an applicant, the applicant can pay the invoice online, we can email them back the permit. That will make the turnaround times very expeditious.
Because let me tell you, I think all of us up here are catching a lot of grief on turnaround times right now. And I don't know what we have to do to fix it, but it needs to be fixed and needs to be fixed very quickly. And if this program does it, we need to implement it as quickly as we can. City manager, your thoughts?
I have been getting the same concerns from both the community as well as the council. I know that Cecilia has also been getting those concerns voiced to her. To get back to your original question, yes, this program will be implemented expeditiously, but we will make sure that we implement it appropriately so that we don't make any mistakes. But with regards to between now and when the program goes live, I'd like to afford Cecilia a minute or so to communicate what the staff is doing to ensure they can do the best to address those turnaround times.
Yeah, so we are experiencing a bit of, we're in a bit of an anomaly right now. We had a situation that began earlier in July where unexpectedly we were short-staffed due to some unexpected absences. And that left us with permit tech support that was not adequate to keep up with the submittal of applications and the issuance of the permits once the plans were ready. So the permit process is delayed right now until we can catch up. We are throwing all available resources at it. We've shifted some staff priorities and we have reallocated staff to assist the permit techs in getting those permits processed in the system. The plan checks are running on time. It's just the processing of the intake of the permits and the issuance of the permits once the plans have been approved. We are also expecting a dip in personnel coming up. We do have 2 permit techs that are going to be retiring within the next 3 to 8 weeks. But we are actively recruiting for the replacement of those permit techs so that we can minimize the downtime as much as possible.
So are we still doing a quarantine on paper coming into the city hall?
No, we are not.
And then my next and final question is, do we need to bring in temps?
So we have attempted to do that. When we knew at the beginning of July that we were going to have 2 permit techs out for the better part of July, we reached out to our consulting firms that we contract with to ask them if they had some permit techs that we could utilize on an interim basis, and they had no permit techs available. So when we went out to advertise for future permit tech positions, those same companies are advertising for permit techs as well. So there's definitely a shortage of available staff to assist in this area.
Thank you. Because we authorized last month some additional funds for that purpose. So I guess even they're having problems.
Right.
Thank you, Cecilia.
Thank you for that update. And so we do have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Noblock to approve staff recommendation 1 and 2. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Ferguson.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James
Aye.
and Mayor Ferguson. Or
I'm sorry.
Mayor
aye.
Ward.
I was listening for the end and then I totally went off. Yeah, aye.
Okay, carries 5-0.
Okay. So no oral communications, correct?
Right.
Thank you, Brian.
So moving on to city manager.
Two items very briefly. It was brought to my attention that there's a consideration of wanting to cancel or reschedule the regular council meeting of September 21st to allow council members and the city manager to attend the League of City Conference in Sacramento. I'll lean on Jennifer Savage for clarification if necessary. Just to remind you that we did notice for the September 21st, the public hearing for the CR&R trash rates as it relates to their CPI increase. So if the council was wishing to cancel the meeting, I just want to point out that we would probably recommend that you have a special meeting before the end of September to ensure that the CPI increase is heard via public hearing so it can be implemented October 1st. If you chose not to reschedule it, that would basically scrap the 218 noticing that was done for that item, and we would miss the window of implementation in October. So I just want to point that out to the council.
What is entailed renoticing that for the first meeting of September?
You'd need 45 days. So you need to, the 218 noticing requires a 45-day period. So I'm looking at Scott. I don't know if you can, could you continue it to a September meeting, but then that would then delay your implementation? No, to continue it to a September meeting?
What if it was the next Tuesday, the 20th?
Oh, that would be before the 45-day notice period. So you have to let the 45 days mature before you hear it.
No, I mean, the next meeting, the next Tuesday after the 28th is what I'm saying. The special meeting on the 28th.
Yes, that would be complimentary and that would be fine. And then it could be implemented October 1st within the billing structure of CR&R if the council was to approve it.
I'm not against that. I just have to say, going up to League and flying up that morning, checking all your stuff and then trying to get in an 8 or
Right.
9 o'clock session is awful.
Right.
I wouldn't recommend it. I think you're gonna lose that best day. You're gonna lose it. You really want to be there the night before.
And the only thing I would say is if the league meeting is canceled due to COVID, we would have our meeting regardless. In lieu of, I should say.
Special meeting to put it back on the normal calendar.
Can we do that?
How'd
Can
they do
we
that, Scott?
conditionally cancel something?
Well, yes, what you have to do though is post an agenda
Never mind.
that you're not going to do
I can
and
see
have
Joanne's
Joanne
face.
adjourn it.
Sorry.
How
about
many
that.
people
Sorry.
are
Trying to mislead
absent?
So let's
people.
worry about that if it happens.
How many people are going
And
to
then we
be
can
in the
agendize
league?
that meeting.
Three.
Three.
of
Oh,
us.
that's why. Okay.
Yeah.
So
just
we
be
don't
you
have a
and I in
quorum.
town.
Okay, so we can't vote on it without them.
Yeah.
Okay, one of them. Okay.
So I'm for doing that. I just want to question, with ending this emergency and all that, council members and any staff, we can still Zoom if we want to and cannot attend the meeting.
The Zoom feature will exist separate from the rescinding of the emergency
Okay.
ordinance.
I just wanted to make that clear for the public
What if
and
the
staff.
governor who ordered it is no longer governor? Will that order?
Oh.
I'll cross
All
that
right,
bridge
we're
when it
getting off-
comes.
We're getting off topic now. So I'm not hearing anyone say no to canceling the 21st,
And scheduling for the 28th,
the
especially.
28th, as long as we can zoom in.
Right.
Got a motion?
Second.
Do we need a motion?
think it would be best for that.
Okay, so there's a motion
Okay,
by,
I move that we cancel the regularly scheduled meeting for September 21st, 2021 to allow council members and city manager to attend the League of Cities Conference in Sacramento and schedule a special meeting on the CR&R issue for September 28th.
Second.
okay, so motion by Councilmember Duncan, second by Mayor Pro Tem James.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
And then last, very briefly, as it was communicated, the city has implemented a cardboard recycling location at the city hall site off of Calle Negocio. So citizens are afforded the option of coming to the city hall at any time of the day and disposing of their cardboard material in those dumpsters. And so that's been set up. So
Thank you very much.
you're welcome. We'll be doing some announcements via social media as well with that, but I just wanted to circle back with the city council.
And then I have two things for the city manager. Number one, Maxburg Park and the possibility of residential parking permits. We've got to address this.
So I actually had a chance to talk to some of those individuals outside in the lobby. I'm sorry if there was a little bit of a ruckus with them out there. It was a good ruckus. We'll be communicating with them. I'll be communicating with them in conjunction with Jennifer Savage of the process for residents to pursue a residential parking permit program in Maxburg Park. So I let them know tonight. They emailed me after they left that if there was any council direction, I'd communicate that to them. However, even if there was no council direction, I would communicate tomorrow to them the process for a residential parking permit
Do you
program.
need any council direction?
No, I think just your concern is addressing their concern.
And then my last thing is item number 11, which we're on now. I would like to look at that. I don't know if we need to agendize that or not. To moving item 11 maybe to the front of the program, maybe item 4 or 5.
What's item 11?
That's our
City
reports
manager
right now.
comments, council member comments.
Why
putting
do you
it at
want to
the
do
front-
that?
Front of the meeting.
Why?
Because sometimes we've got a lot of important things to put out and it's late at night and
Only Loeffler's here.
Yeah, the peanut gallery. So let me tell you why we do it at the end.
okay,
For cleanup things like what you just brought up at Maxburg Park.
right.
We listen to the whole thing and anything that we want to agendize, this is the time that we do it. So if there's something like really important that we think would be helpful, like we announced today, hey, Amazon, I don't know how you got it, but we're not taking that up tonight.
Right.
We'll just announce that.
Okay.
But I understand what you're saying, but I know people actually follow this and look to see what council does at the end. Or
Okay.
if they hear about something, they look it up.
All right.
But that's why we do it. It's clean up so we can do something at the end. Because it's the only time that we can talk about something that's not on the agenda.
Very good.
Right.
And so I have one other thing, and that's going to be for council member comments, but it's very important that we bring it up tonight. That'd be under my council member. comment.
Oh, I thought you were, this was all to the city manager.
This is all
Okay, I
to
thought
the
this
city.
was council comments. Oh, okay. All right, I'm confused, so go ahead.
I've got my market list.
So yesterday at the chamber, Miss Donna Calise of Dana Wharf Fishing came and gave a presentation to the council, to the chamber, I should say. It's disconcerting what's going on. It's called the Commercial Harbor Craft Action, and it's happening through CARB, California Air Resource Board. And basically, it is going to put the Dana Wharf Fishing out of business. It's going to put the Catalina Express out of business. They're requiring from San Onofre, from San Isidro, all the way to the Oregon border, the end of certain types of engines. And they're requiring a new engine to be used on boats that are commercial in nature. And these engines have a kind of an afterburner that burns at about 700 degrees. And so consequently, these engines cannot be used on a fiberglass boat or a wooden boat. So all of these companies all are going to have to scrap their current vessels and buy some sort of steel based vessel. It will put Dana Wharf Fishing out of business. They have 70 employees, of which most of them live in San Clemente. They'll be out of work. I want to agendize, and I need a staff help here, a staff report, and whether it's a letter or a resolution going both to CARB, California Air Resource Board, and Governor Elder, whoever it's going to be on July 14th, on September 14th. Can I get a second on that?
And I'll do a third so that we get a staff report.
Thank you.
Because I'm interested in the history, the complete history of this and when it goes into effect and what's happened, along the way.
So Donna has committed to coming here and speaking to us that night, and she will bring with her the president of the California Sports Fishing Association. And
we need all the info.
Well, I think we have some information that's already been provided by Mayor Pro Tem James. And so if we need additional information, staff can connect with Donna to get additional information, but I think we have enough to run with council direction.
Thank you.
All right.
That's all I have.
That's it.
Thank you.
Two quick things. One, we took off the item that was going to be on the agenda for us, a resolution of support, I think, for Congressman Levin's task force that was going to come in conjunction with our support for the coalition. So that's going to be on the next, I think that's going to be on the next agenda. I'd also like to, Congressman Levin also has a bipartisan caucus with a Republican congressman, I think in Ohio, to try to do what the coalition's asking for, and that's get congressional support to get long-term storage for nuclear waste. So I'd like to get support to have the like a resolution support, I guess, for the caucus also come up at the next meeting in addition to the task force.
I think it should be together.
Okay, so
If
one
there's a letter of
resolution for
support,
both.
I
that's
understand the
fine.
caucus is new,
Yeah.
I heard about it too, but I don't think it should be separate resolutions. Could it be the same?
I don't see
don't-
why
No,
not.
I mean, I think what you're saying is it's the same theme, but it would be 2 letters of resolution or 2 letters of support communicating those specific platforms.
Or are you saying one letter supporting both? Or what did we do?
It's
A
the same
resolution on-
congressman. Do they need separate letters?
Typically, I mean, just,
Each bill's heard separately, so
Do
they've
they?
got
That's what I was-
for each.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It
I
goes
was
into
gonna,
a
I agree with
file.
Councilmember Knobloch. It's
Right.
typically each item has its own letter of support to
Yeah.
stand on.
You're right.
Okay,
So
so
2 letters, but have it come back into the same
I can
staff
do,
report.
I
for
can do
us.
one agenda report with 2 letters
Yeah,
and
because
provide
it's
the
kind of the
context.
same issue.
well,
you know.
yeah, I mean, his task force had a slightly different goal, and that was to sort of provide scientific data about the adverse effects of keeping the storage right next to us at Songs. The caucus is about actually generating real legislative support for action, which just hasn't happened because Harry Reid tanked the Nevada plan. So I'd like to make sure we support that as the city that's closest to Songs and has the most potential adverse effects if something should happen. So
Didn't we ask for something from the congressman's?
yes. Oh, by
office?
the, yeah, they're
Yeah.
going to present on both at 9. They're
But
prepared to
we
present
asked
at both.
them to
Yeah,
to
and
give
they-
us like
They
what
did
the letter
interact with
would
the
be.
city, and they're ready to interact and also present on the 7th
Okay, because
on both of those.
I need info on what the caucus is.
Absolutely. We can provide that as well.
Um,
I'd like to, I don't mean to interrupt you, Council Member. I'd like to get 3 to give me direction to generate that staff report, please.
Okay.
letter of support for the
So
caucus.
it's already coming back.
Is,
Next-
is the caucus already coming back? Is that what,
No,
the caucus is new?
Yeah, the task force was already gonna be
It's
there.
agendized at the next meeting. And he wants to add a letter maybe for the caucus, but I need info on it.
But-
And I was kind of wanting it from the congressman, like in the staff report, like why we should consider what it is that's happening.
It's, I mean, they're gonna present on it at the meeting. What I think Mayor Ward is saying is it'd be nice to have the reports in our
Staff
packet
report.
ahead of time so that we
Yeah.
could read.
So
up.
we understand it.
Yeah.
That's
Because a lot of
absolute.
what happened today with the carbon, I
And
didn't
this
have enough
is
info.
this is just for consideration. Doesn't mean we're gonna vote to support it. It's just to get the staff.
But you're gonna
report
have
on it.
him standing here at the podium.
Well, not, I
That's
think it's
why I-
gonna be a staff member. I think
Okay.
it's gonna be-
Because that's why, one reason I'd like to have a staff report.
Yeah.
Just so we have more.
We
can
get a
look into
third
it.
vote just to get the staff report. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, just want to
Um,
make sure we had that.
The other thing, the last thing is, and this is a little bit to help Jonathan Lightfoot out. So we have the 24 karat situation at the Ole Hansen Beach Club. We have gotten word from him and from 24 karat that they have gotten their many requests for reservations after the end of the lease, because we have now the lease, I think, expiring in October. So I think we should have Jonathan come back and present to us again on the state of affairs and see if we want to do something different or stick with the plan that we're on right now.
So you're asking for an update, but it to be re-agendized so we can get an update, consider whether we should
Yeah.
pivot.
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Okay.
So just to clarify, manage expectations, 2 tells me to bring it back as a verbal report. Was there a want to get a third to have a staff report to be able to communicate in the report, this current lay of the land and potentially staff recommendations?
Yeah, I'll give support to that, but I do have reservations from, no pun intended. I do have reservations from the perspective of, we're always going to have this horizon thing with them, that they're always going to have X number of dollars that they could book out.
Agree.
How do we ever?
I think there's a
change-
point where you, to your point, there's a point where you have to cut your losses and decide what you want to do next.
So
I think
I will support bringing a report back, but I'm very cautious as to whether I'm going to support 24 carats.
Understood. All right, thank you.
Further.
Is that it? Okay, so is that the end of our agenda?
Motion to adjourn?
To know the September 7th meeting.
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, September 7th, closed session items will be considered at 5 and the regular business meeting will commence at 6 PM. The meeting will take place in the Community Center Auditorium located at 100 North Seville. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem James, second by Councilmember Noblock.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock. Aye. Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
Mayor Ward,
Aye.
and Councilmember Ferguson is absent. Carries 4-0.